We're now recording.
Yeah, we'll start at 5 after 10. Hey, Eric, is Chuck Feinstein joining us today?
I am not sure. I think it's either, I think Jonathan's on.
Yeah, I see Jonathan's name on it.
Oh, good. Okay.
And I've given him panelist status so he can answer or ask questions at any time.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm not sure if Chuck is going to join as well. I'll let you know if he's having connectivity issues.
Steve, this is Jonathan. As far as I know, Chuck will be joining us.
Okay. When I see his name, I will remind the host to give him panelist status. Okay, let's begin. Good morning, everyone. This is a workshop in the PG&E 2020 RAM proceeding A2006012. My name is Stephen Hain. I'm a senior utilities engineer in the Safety Policy Division's Risk Assessment and Safety Analytics section. I am the project leader of the Safety Policy Division's evaluation report on the PG&E 2020 RAM application. By the way, can you all hear me okay? Is my volume appropriate?
Sounds good, Steve.
Okay, good. The purpose of this workshop today is for SPD, that's the Safety Policy Division staff, to present the results of the evaluation and to allow parties to ask SPD staff questions on this evaluation report. This workshop is scheduled for 10 to 4 p.m. We may end early or we may run a little long, depending on how extensive the discussions will be. There will be a 45-minute lunch break around noontime. The plan for today is I will give a fairly high-level introductory overview of the findings, as well as giving a background of how this RAM proceeding fits into the GRC. And then we'll dive into the wildfire risk. That's chapter 10 in the PG&E RAM report. Then we will have a lunch break. When we return from lunch, we will start with chapter 11, the electric overhead distribution risk. And then after that's done, that will be followed by presentations on chapters 7, 8, and 9. Those are the 3 gas-related safety risks. Then we will finish with the remaining risk chapters in the RAM report. After that, that will be followed with the Q&A session. So that's the plan. I think it's not going to last all 6 hours, but we'll see. So next slide, please. Okay, so this slide here gives as a general overview of what this PG&E 2020 RAM proceeding is about. It was filed in accordance with the schedule in the latest rate case plan decision, which required PG&E to file the RAM application for test years 2023 to 2026 by June 30th of 2020. So the 2020 RAM includes only the top safety risk. It does not include, I won't go into that. It includes only the top safety risks selected based on the methodology spelled out in the SMAP settlement agreement. This 2020 RAM with the test year of 2023 was filed in connection with the test year 2023 GRC, which PG&E is expected to file in June of 2021. So next slide, please. Okay, so to give you a sense of the amount of work by all parties, including SPD staff, that led to this point, I'm going to show you the number of workshops that we've held since November 2019. Even before PG&E filed the 2020 RAM, we held 3 pre-application workshops from November 2019 through February 4th, 2020. The first workshop was where PG&E presented their methodologies and the MAVF. Then it was followed by additional workshops, and then PG&E took in feedback from intervener parties and SPD staff. So the pre-filing workshops took 3 days. And the next slide, please. Okay, so following those pre-application workshops, PG&E, along with, well, actually, it was SPD staff, conducted 3 additional workshops over 5 days. The first workshop was on July 14th, and PG&E presented the risk selection along with the selected MAVF function that they used to evaluate the risks. And then PG&E also discussed the risk analysis and RSE methodology. So those 2, the first workshop took over 2 days, from July 14th, first day, and to July 24th, 2020. The second workshop was on a wildfire risk. The wildfire risk was the top risk in this RAM proceeding, and it took the most discussion. Took at least 2.5 days of discussions. It consumed half of the workshop on day 1 or day 2 of July 14 or July 24, and then that was still not enough. So we spilled over that discussion onto July 30th, and that took a whole day, and that was still not enough, and that spilled over to the August 27th workshop, August 26th. No, sorry, I was August 27th workshop. So on August 26th and August 27th, that was the workshop number 3. PG&E on day 1 presented the non-wildfire related risks. On day 2, it was continuation of the non-wildfire related risk, along with the continuation of the wildfire risk. So it took 3 workshops over 5 days to fully discuss all the things in this particular RAM application. Next slide. Next slide. Hello? Next slide, please. Let's see. That's not the slide I want. Let's see. I want to look at the slide that has the schedule. Next slide, please. Okay. Yeah, that's the slide. Okay. So this is the PG&E RAM schedule. And so on June 30th, 2020, PG&E filed the 2020 RAM application. On November 25th, SPD staff released the evaluation report. And then today is, of course, the workshop to discuss this SPD evaluation report. Based on the scoping ruling, parties will submit opening comments on the RAM report and on the SPD evaluation report. The comments are due on January 15th of next year. And then reply comments are due on January 29th of 2021. And then sometime in the first half of 2021, PG&E will incorporate all the feedback that parties and SPD staff gave to PG&E, either through discussions at the workshops or in SPD's evaluation report, and incorporate those feedback into their test year 2023 GRC filing. And then by June 30th, 2021, PG&E will file its test year 2023 GRC. Next slide, please. So this slide gives the 12 RAM risks that were included in the 2020 PG&E application, RAM application. And as you can see, the wildfire risk with its risk score of over 24,000 totally overwhelms all the remaining other risks. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to give you a high-level finding of the SPD evaluation report's results. We use the settlement agreement, the SMAP settlement agreement, as basically the template, the basis for evaluation of this report to see whether or not PG&E complied with the terms of the settlement agreement. And SPD staff completed the report, and there were 2 overall high-level findings. The first one was that the risk tranches that PG&E used in the risk analysis are not sufficiently granular. Row 14 in the settlement agreement requires that the tranche selection to be sufficiently granular so that the risk profile should be uniform within the individual tranches, but that's usually not the case with this RAM. And so this is an area where a great deal more improvement should be made before the test year 2023 GRC is filed. The second high-level finding is that PG&E only provided risk span efficiency scores for mitigation programs that they properly refer to as mitigation programs, but not for those mitigation programs that PG&E refers to as controls. which by PG&E's definition are those programs that are continuations of existing programs or those that are meant for compliance purposes. So PG&E did not provide RSE scores for these so-called controls. And also there were some foundational programs where we felt that the risk scores would be helpful also for comparison purposes. Row 26 of the settlement agreement requires risk score efficiency scores to be provided for all mitigations. Next slide. Okay. There were also other high-level observations made outside of the settlement agreement. Some of those observations we SPD staff made ourselves. Some of them were made by the various parties in their comments submitted into the proceeding, either the informal comments or the formal comments. So the first observation that we made was that PG&E only provided point estimates. And the point estimates took no consideration for uncertainties. There are uncertainties related to modeling. There are uncertainties related to data quality, and there are uncertainties related to incompleteness, things that you don't know about, that you haven't taken into consideration in their modeling. So PG&E's current RAM does not consider those uncertainties. Another observation that we made was that the weights that PG&E used to blend their own internal data with industry data were selected without any obvious justification. And then the third observation we made was the nonlinear risk-averse scaling function, along with those high safety weight, 50% safety weight relative to the financial weight, can result in very costly, non-cost effective mitigations. As Tern and MGRA pointed out, those mitigations have an implied cost of $100 million to avert one statistical fatality, and that's a very costly, non-effective way of cost mitigation, in my opinion. And MGRA also pointed out that the power law distribution may be a more appropriate way to model wildfire behavior, and PG&E is not currently using the power law distribution to model wildfire behaviors. So these are the high-level observations that we made, and we also analyzed each risk chapter in detail, and those will be presented in the individual risk chapters by different people as we progress through this workshop today. So with that, I'm done with my part of the presentation, and I will hand the presentation over to my colleague, Wendy Elmagdad. She is a senior utilities engineer in my section who she was responsible for analyzing the wildfire risk. So Wendy.
Thank you, Steve. Stephen, did you want to give an opportunity for any discussion after?
Yeah, why don't I throw the mic over to participants to see if there are any questions yet. If not, then we'll move on to Wendy's presentation. Yeah, Wendy, go ahead, please.
Sure. Thank you. Can we go to the next slide, I think? So again, my name is Wendy Maria Almagdad, and I'm a licensed electrical engineer and senior utilities engineer in a RASA group. I'll be presenting some of our main findings from the evaluating the wildfire risk analysis. And the way what works for me is I'm fine with questions in between, if anyone would like. So it's, if you'd like, because it's a bit of a this is going to be the longest part of our presentation. So if anyone has questions, feel free to just either send it in the chat or, speak up if you're a panelist. So can we go to the next slide? So just like a note on the slides themselves, color coding. So what we try, and let me say, I'm very grateful. I had some wonderful assistance from a new analyst, Emma Thompson, putting these slides together. So it's not my usual engineering, just only too much text slides. So anyway, what we've done is the orange slides are typically trying to focus on our observations, and the white slides are primarily kind of summary info from PG&E. There may be some nuances, but just wanted to explain the color coding in the slides. So hopefully that's helpful. Next slide. So the wildfire risk description, basically this is from, PG&E's RAMP. The definition of the risk is that it's PG&E assets or activities that may initiate a fire that is not easily contained and endangers the public, private property, sensitive lands, or the environment. Not within scope are fire ignitions and associated impacts unrelated to PG&E's electric system assets. So it's approximately 99,000 overhead primary circuit miles in PG&E's electric transmission and distribution system are potential sources of the wildfire ignition. And more than 30% of those assets are in high fire threat districts. PG&E pointed out when they filed as of June 30th, 15 of the 20 most destructive wildfire in California's history had occurred since 2000, including 10 since 2015. And 50% of PG&E's 5.5 million electric customers across their service territory of 70,000 square miles are within fire threat districts. Can we go to the next slide? Thank you. So basically our high level observations were just that, it definitely makes sense that wildfire risk is the top safety risk for this ramp. And unfortunately, it's continuing to grow as a risk in California. As I think everyone understands, this summer was not a wildfire summer for California. It wasn't all related to electric utilities, or there's some investigation still going on. But we did find that even since the filing, there were more destructive fires since in the last year, in the summer. So 5 of the 20 actually burned in 2020 of the most destructive fires. What we also did was we looked at CAL FIRE's, top 20 list. They have an ongoing top 20 most destructive wildfire list. And 6 of those were definitively caused by power lines. Those are in the last 20 years. And 4 of those 6 were actually caused by PG&E's power lines, including the Camp Fire, the most destructive fire in California. So, we definitely, feel that the wildfire risk is the most serious risk that is facing PG&E, and are concerned about how the risk analysis is done, and that's why we put a lot of attention to it. The next slide. So the wildfire risk Bowtie, it is based on the wildfire exposure risk in PG&E's entire transmission and distribution overhead electric system. PG&E did note that previously in their 2017 RAMP filing, had only included exposures in their previous fire threat areas. I think that's what they were called before there was the high fire threat definitions. And then, new legislation basically required them to look at their exposure risks for their whole entire system. The multi-attribute risk score for the wildfire risk for the entire system was 25,127. I think that this is from the errata sheets in mid-July, and I believe there might have been an error in one of our previous slides that came from the June 30th filing, and may not have been updated. I think it said 24,000 something, but it was updated to 25,127. So this definitely far surpasses the second and the third highest risk, which the second one being the third party safety risk, with a multi-attribute risk score of 944, and the distribution overhead assets of a risk score of 526. PG&E did present a kind of a comparison Bowtie to look at what if they only assessed risk in their high fire threat district areas. And so they calculated a risk score, a multi-attribute risk score for just those areas. And it basically is essentially 99.5% or more of the total risk score for their entire area. You can see it's 25,008. So this makes sense that most of their risk are in the high fire threat district areas, and perhaps even it kind of validates the high fire threat district area definitions, you know, that were created before in that sense. The forecast for the test 2023 were based on PG&E's 5-year historical ignitions from 2015 to 2019 with some adjustments. So those they had a forecast of 442 annual ignitions in 2023 with a little bit of adjustments, you know, year to year through 2026. And 141 of those ignitions are forecasted to be in the high fire threat district area. Next slide. So our observations, I may have even kind of, I think I spoke to them already, some of them. The rankings seemed appropriate to us as far as, you know, it's 26 times greater for the wildfire risk than the second ranked third party safety risk score. And again, I mentioned that it's the MARS portion for the high fire threat district area is 99.5% of the total MARS for the entire electric overhead system. Maybe, I don't know, I can't remember, Steve, if you covered this, but for others' education, I want to take a moment and make sure everyone understands, because it's something I even got confused on myself a few times. And that the MARS, the multi-attribute risk score, are essentially a risk score made up of the safety risk score, reliability risk score, and financial risk scores. And that those combined risk scores with certain apportionments, you know, are what makes up this total multi-attribute risk score. So it's really important to note that there, I think, are times when PG&E referenced risk score, and I found myself a little confused. Sometimes they mention the safety risk score, and then I realized, at least with the wildfire risk, we were always talking about the MARS score. In other chapters, I think it's called the total risk score sometimes. So I just want to put that in perspective for anyone that may be new to this, because even myself, I was getting confused a bit by it. So it takes into account safety, reliability, and financial risk in those risk scores. Next slide. So the wildfire exposure, again, remember the 99,000 total overhead miles. It's broken out into 81,000 distribution primary overhead circuit miles and 18,000 transmission overhead circuit miles. Of that, 30,000, almost 31,000 miles are of the distribution primary overhead circuit miles are in the high fire threat area. 25,000, oops, I think we have, oh, I think that actually, I see a little typo. So that should be distribution and transmission. Sorry about that. So the 30,936 is distribution and transmission, because you'll see that it's 25,400 distribution circuit miles, 5,525 transmission overhead circuit miles. And then there's the 203 substations that are in the high fire threat district area, where PG&E modeled those as 1 circuit mile each. So that there is that one correction needed on this slide, where the 30,936 is actually made up of distribution, transmission, and even substations that are part of that high fire threat district. So this is really the 31,000 miles is a subset of the 99,000 miles. 51% of all of the California investor-owned utility high fire threat district tier 3 exposure is in PG&E's territory, and then 76% of all of the tier 2 exposure in California is actually in PG&E's territory. So this is a significant portion of all of California's exposure in the high fire threat district. Next slide. So the wildfire tranches, I love how Emma put this together, because it is, I almost wish I could have gotten this into the report itself, but it does make it clear. These are the 8 tranches that PG&E proposed as part of, or included as part of their modeling for the wildfire risk in the RAMP report. You can see that basically 5 of the 8 are in high fire threat district areas, and 3 of them are in non-high fire threat district areas. It's easiest to look at them first in the non-high fire threat district areas, because you can see basically what PG&E did was split it up into distribution, transmission, and substation. Again, the substation, they assign 1 circuit mile per substation for modeling purposes. If you go back to the high fire threat district areas, PG&E did the same, split it into distribution, transmission, and substation, but you can see on the far left that the distribution, they tried to make it a little more granular by separating distribution into 3 different tranches in the high fire threat district areas. But you'll see that one of the tranches is only 171 circuit miles, less than 1% of their total system miles. And that's a tranche that already has been hardened with covered conductor and associated upgrades as of 2019. So that's work that was done as of, December 31st, 2019. The other 2 distribution high fire threat district areas are split into the one tranche is what is called distribution to be hardened, meaning that's almost 7,000 circuit miles, or about 7% of their total system mileage, that is proposed to be hardened with covered conductor and or undergrounding. Sorry, I should add the undergrounding options through this GRC cycle. So basically anything from 2020 through 2026, which is a 7-year period really, that they plan to harden, that's what they put in the distribution, that's what they put into that tranche. The remainder, the tranche called distribution remainder, is essentially that. Anything that was not hardened in the high fire threat district area for distribution circuit miles in 2019, anything that wasn't planned through 2026 is what was put into the remainder tranche of 18,000 circuit miles, or 19% of the system mileage. So the and just to let you know, I have a learning pod at my home. I have my own 6th grade son and his 2 best friends that are distance learning at my home. So you will see boys coming by. Thankfully, I moved my dad to San Bruno to help me out. So he's here too to help manage things. So you'll see activity in the background. So anyway, so we just wanted to basically make that clear of how PG&E split up their tranches. If I don't think I mentioned, but basically, if you look at the transmission high fire threat district tranche, it's more than 5,500 circuit miles, or 6% of their system mileage. That includes both distribution and transmission mileage. And then the substation separate tranche. And then if you look again at the non-high fire threat district areas, you can see how large those tranches are, with the distribution tranche in the non-high fire threat district being 55,000 circuit miles, or 56% of the system mileage. The transmission being 12,600 circuit miles, or 13% of the system mileage, and then the substation being the rest of the substations outside of the high fire threat district area. And the reason I do want to spend, I'm really happy that Emma put this slide together this way, and I can kind of talk it through, and it's a little bit visual for all of us, is because this is a really important, this is something that we really put a lot of thought into and spent a lot of time thinking about. And so when we, as anyone who's read the report knows, the tranche section was quite extensive in our observations. And so I just really want you to have this in mind as we go forward with our observations. Can we go to the next slide? Oh, again, I think I said all these things. These were, again, the three distribution high fire threat district tranches. Again, the first one is only 171 circuit miles, but that's because those are what was hardened in 2019. The distribution to be hardened is almost 7,000 circuit miles to be done between 2020 and 2026. And the remainder outside the scope of their system hardening program. And one other note before we go on to the next slide is just that, we PG&E files their ramp for historical data through 2019. Obviously, they haven't finished 2020, so they cannot file that data for a complete 2020 yet, what they've done. But we would be expecting them in their GRC filing to be updating their historical data through 2020. The other part of it is that they did break things out into the GRC cycle, which is the 2023 test year 2023 through 2026, this 4-year cycle. And so they did break things out because they have to do that for GRC purposes. So next slide. So starting off on our observations, the risk, the exposure risk, and the risk score is what is emphasized in this wonderful slide that Emma put together. So basically, you can see that on the right-hand side, you see here's 3 high fire threat district tranches that have basically almost 99% of the total risk score, the MARS score, the wildfire risk score. And so out of those 8 previous tranches, we really wanted to emphasize it's these 3 tranches that we're really, everyone should be interested in, most interested in. These make up a total of about 30,000 circuit miles and are about 30%, a little less than 1/3 of PG&E's total overhead distribution and transmission circuit miles. So these are the 3 out of those 8 that we really spend a lot of time thinking about. And if you look back on the left-hand or kind of middle to left-hand side, you can see that the transmission is as the transmission tranche with more than 5,500 circuit miles, or 6% of this total D system mileage. It's about 5.6% of the exposure risk and about 6.5% of that total risk score. Remember, the total risk score wildfire was 25,000 and some change. So it was about 6.5% of that risk score. The next one, the distribution to be hardened tranche, it's a little bit more exposure risk. You know, you can see it's almost 7,000 circuit miles, but it's actually a much huger portion of the risk score, 45% of the risk score. So, you know, in that sense, you know, that one definitely is a priority tranche to be concerned about. But it's some, and sorry, just 1 second. Classes are starting the next period, just 1 second.
Actually, Wendy, let's there's some housekeeping issue I want to take care of. Why don't we Sean, panelist status to Joseph Mitchell.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do that.
And Ken Arnold of PG&E, could you please let me know who should be given panelist status also? Ken?
Oh, I think I was muted twice. Steve, I requested panelist status for Vincent Lowe and Yumi and I believe they were given that status.
So they already have that. Okay, good.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's it. Wendy, please continue.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I don't seem to see Joseph Mitchell on the attendee list.
I see him on the participants lists right now on the screen.
I'm here.
Mitchell.
Oh, okay.
Okay, are we ready?
Yes. Sorry
Okay.
for the interruption. Yeah.
No, that's fine. It was good timing. It's a nice day, so I have them go out during their breaks, but got to get them back to their 4th period class. So going back to the slides, again, the 3 tranches in the high fire threat district areas with the most risk. The transmission tranche with 5,500 circuit miles has 6.5% of the multi-attribute risk score. The distribution to be hardened tranche with almost 7,000 circuit miles has 45% of the risk score. And then the distribution remainder, which has many more miles, you can see more than 18,000 circuit miles, which transfers over to the exposure risk, 19% of the exposure risk. It has 47% of the risk score. So it still has a significant amount of the risk score, but you can see that the distribution to be hardened had a higher percent of risk score per circuit miles, if you put it that way. So we can move on to the next slide. And again, if anyone has any questions, feel free to speak up. So the next slide is really talking about going back to the SMAP settlement agreement and what is a tranche. We did go back and look at the settlement agreement itself, and this language came out of it where a tranche is a, quote, a logical disaggregation of a group of assets, physical or human, or systems into subgroups with like characteristics for purposes of risk assessment. The settlement agreement also states that IOUs must strive to achieve as deep a level of granularity as reasonably possible. So we really took this to heart, and that's why we spent a lot of time on evaluating the tranches, because we really feel that it is an essential part of the MAF, the multi-attribute value function modeling. Like it's something, I mean, I've been an engineer for more than 3 decades now, and you can, you know, the way you set up your model is really important to what you're going to get out of it. Basically, any model, the way you set it up, the way you design it. Of course, the inputs and the assumptions make a lot of, are very important too. The data in going, you know, if you have garbage in, then it's going to be garbage out, or if your assumptions are really bad, it's not going to be a great model. But it's really critical for your model to be set up well. So this is why we did spend so much time on the tranches. Also because we are familiar with the wildfire mitigation plan process, and there is a lot of time spent on the driver, things in other areas, and nowhere else really outside of the ramp, you know, is anyone really digging into the tranches. So this is why, again, we spent so much time on it. Our overall recommendation is that PG&E should provide as much granularity as reasonably possible for the test year 2023 GRC filing. For those of you who've read the report, you've seen that we've given a lot of suggestions, a lot of different ideas. We're not expecting everything to be taken up, but we're just really, and we'll go into some of those today, but we really want to say we think a lot more can be done by the June 30th deadline. PG&E should consider how to model the 3 highest risk scored high fire threat district wildfire risk tranches with much more granularity and significantly fewer circuit miles per tranche. We really, I believe in the report, we basically said, like, ideally no more than 500 circuit miles, you know, get the tranches to a level that help us be able to evaluate the mitigations and the proposals better. And we can talk about this going forward. Go to the next slide. And again, if anyone has any questions, feel free to speak up. So these are observations basically from, I think it was from the end of July when we put out the SPD initial deficiencies. I think the title was kind of funny. It was like an agenda. The title of the one pager was agenda for the July 30th workshop. We wanted to make sure to get on that agenda and bring up the issues early on, which we're really grateful to PG&E that they were so cooperative about that. And so I would like to give my thanks for that. And basically what we did was we presented some initial findings that you know, we were quite concerned about. One being that initially we said at least the tranches, all the 5 higher threat district tranches, we were thinking they should be minimally separated into like tiers 3 and 2. But you'll see in the report that we really, you know, after much further discussions and evaluations and thought that it may not make sense to do that. It's our understanding that there's sometimes circuits that are in both tiers, or even, you know, it's not always easy to do. So we stepped a bit back from that initial finding. The next one we initially observed was basically what we've mentioned and what we have stuck to, that basically having only the 3 transmission and distribution tranches that encompass more than 30,000 circuit miles, it's just insufficient for risk analysis, since the risk profiles, there's no way that those are homogeneous risk profiles. So we have really stuck to that finding. The third one, you know, is that basically prioritization modeling used for vegetation management, equipment maintenance, replacement, circuit prioritization for cover conductors. I see a typo in here, but that could be used to divide up the tranches. And, you know, we give a lot of different, you know, suggestions. We know that Turn has also had similar suggestions for circuit prioritization. But we also did go back to the settlement agreement, and in the report, you'll see that we reference more text than what was just shown in the slides here. And something that struck us is that the settlement agreement does talk about the MAVF process as not just a tool to identify, top risk, but also to prioritize. So the settlement agreement used the word prioritize too. So we do think that, there just needs to be a lot more granularity to help the commission and others, other parties really understand, what needs to be done first, and then second, and maybe year by year, a lot better than just, oh, we need to do all of this one big project in the next 10 years, and there's no sense of breaking it down and comparing it to other projects that could be done in those times too. The fourth thing was that tranches utilized in the other electric ops ramp risk could provide some examples of existing tranches that, to develop more granular tranches. In particular, the Chapter 11, which we'll go over later, the Chapter 11 electric overhead assets, distribution assets, those tranches were basically 5 tranches, one being based on aluminum covered ACSR, steel reinforced conductors, I believe, and then another one, corrosion, which is a coastal issue and not too much of a, I believe, in a high fire threat issue. But the 3 other tranches in that one were related to reliability, poor reliability tranche, like a moderate reliability tranche, and then a high reliability tranches. And those used outage data that wasn't used in the wildfire risk analysis. And we do think that there is still, a possibility that some of that combined with the ignition data, especially with poor reliability circuits, to find where are your circuits that are having problems that you would want to focus on more, and it's particularly in high fire threat areas. So that is something we do hope, PG&E considers more. The last observation from, again, this was our initial observations in late July, was that regionalized or localized tranches, would result in more localized wildfire mitigations. And we do still think that that is something that we would like to see PG&E focus on. It's very hard to look at PG&E's analysis and really understand, what the mitigations really mean, in the sense that PG&E's territory is just so huge, so huge. My understanding from being involved in the IEEE Institute of Electrical Electronics Engineers, I've met many, PG&E engineers over time. And one retired engineer told me that, originally PG&E was made up of 50 electric companies that kind of came together, that PG&E bought out and brought together. And that 50 number always kind of stuck in my head, that, boy, wouldn't it be nice to have more analysis that can kind of show us by areas, of PG&E's system, what you plan to do to mitigate your wildfire risk. In, Sonoma County, Napa County area is very different than down where I'm from in the Fresno County area. San Mateo County here is different than San Francisco, just kind of area by area. It would really help a lot to have mitigations. And we don't believe you can do those mitigations unless you do these kind of more granular and perhaps, regional tranches. Then you could match up. How do you reduce the risk by having risk scores more grouped by these regionalizations? Because the tranches, I think that's something that if after finalizing the report, it would have been nice to have a way to update it, a month after you've thought about it more. But the tranches have risk scores associated with them. That's part of the modeling process. So the more granular, the more regional or localized we could get those tranches, those risk scores would become more granular and localized. And then when you have that, you could take mitigations, and you could have mitigation that reduce risk buy, smaller portions of PG&E system, and people could really, stakeholders will really understand more what you're planning to do for areas that are of interest to them, particularly on like a county level or that level. We can go to the next slide. So again, this is actually, oh, see here, I was speaking ahead. So these are the risk scores by the tranche. Again, this is probably didn't include all the decimal points in here to make the point, but this is from PG&E's analysis. I summed it up to make sure, to double check, because that's what I like to do. So I got the total. I was reassured when I got the total when I summed it up of the aggregated numbers. But you can see, looking at the first tranche, which is the tranche that's already hardened, it still has a risk score of a aggregated risk score of 150. But if you compare it to the to be hardened, that one is 11,411, the risk score associated with that tranche, which remember was, oh, here it is. No, the circuit miles aren't. Yeah, the percent exposure on the far right will show you the percent of the system. So the to be hardened is about 7% of those 99,000 circuit miles, and it has 11,411 total risk score. That percent, which is 45% of the 25,000 total wildfire risk score. The next one, the high fire threat district distribution remainder, that one is about the same, a little bit more, of the aggregated risk score, or 47% of the total risk score, with a much more exposure, 18.5% of the 99,000 miles. The transmission, you see, has the 1,600 aggregated risk score, which is 6.5% of the total MAR score, and a little more than 5.5% of the total exposure. And then you can see the other risk scores are, again, going to the top, the distribution hardened. If you look at the second to right column, it has less than 1% of the risk score, 0.6%. If you go look at the substation, the high fire threat, even the high fire threat district substation, it doesn't even show up. The risk for substations, just don't show up in this analysis. And then the non-high fire threat, the 3 non-high fire threat district tranches have very minuscule percents of the risk score, a little bit being in the distribution tranche, which so you can see that the whole point of the whole point of us providing many different suggestions for how PG&E could consider making their tranches more granular. The point is to get more granular risk scores so that you could actually get mitigations and reduce and show risk reduction at a more granular level. So you can go to the next slide. So this slide basically points out kind of what we've been saying, but more directly too. That first tranche, that distribution hardened already in 2019. Most likely that was 171 circuit miles. Most likely that probably is a homogeneous tranche. We're thinking that those were probably very high risk areas that PG&E wanted to emphasize first in getting them hardened with covered conductor or undergrounding if they did. And yet you can see for those other 3 tranches, with the majority of the risk scores, those are just unlikely to be homogeneous. Each one is unlikely. There's just very little likelihood that something with thousands and thousands or tens of thousands of circuit miles is going to have homogeneous risk profiles. And so that's the point we're making here that we've made in the report. Next slide. So again, here are some of our recommendations. I will apologize that it probably could have been a bit clearer in the report itself, but hopefully those of you who are familiar with the subject, you know, could follow along. I do appreciate again Emma's help in putting it a little more clear in our slides today. So here are some suggestions for developing more granular tranches. The first would be just basically considering to take the distribution circuit tranches in the high fire district areas and actually divide them by asset categorization. Because remember the slide before referencing the SMAP settlement agreement did say, you know, by asset or subsystem, the tranches should be, you know, divided up into in that way. So something we wanted to, you know, put out there is, what about dividing your assets by system voltage, or, you know, and or scheme of connection? You have radial circuits, you have loop circuits, you have network circuits, you might have, you know, other things, and also the number of conductors on each of those circuits, whether it's 2-wire, whether it's 3 or 4-wire is quite significant, whether it's grounded, you know, whether it's ungrounded or grounded with, and those are significant because later on we'll talk about one of the alternatives that we asked a scenario analysis on the REFCL, and that particular rapid earth fault current limiter technology, you know, only works on certain system voltages, medium system distribution voltages, and certain schemes of connection. So those kind of things could be important with what kind of mitigations could work too. The next thing would be perhaps, you know, thinking about dividing the assets by load types too. Residential, commercial, you know, street lighting, railways, but, you know, different ways. You maybe even break up the commercial into small versus large commercial, or, you know, emergency, you know, hospitals, you know, other different things. But we're just trying to give you some ideas for ways that tranches, you know, maybe the risk profiles could be considered by those, dividing it up by the asset categorization in different ways. Another thing that we wanted PG&E, we want PG&E to consider is basically dividing it into circuits. I mean, I'm an electrical engineer, so the circuits make a lot of sense to me. I know that PG&E and other California utilities have very long circuits, you know, sometimes 100 circuit miles or maybe even more, 150. I don't think they're very often much larger than that. But, or line sections, which line sections are when you sectionalize the circuit and can operate them separately. You know, maybe you'll have one circuit that has 2 or even more sections in it. So perhaps you can get those sections down to, I don't know, 25, 50 mile or even less size sections. So this is something we thought, because if you have a long circuit and you do have it going through maybe, you know, a high fire threat area and a non-high fire threat area, then, you know, splitting out and sectionalizing it, which I do understand PG&E has been doing for PSPS reduction, you know, taking that kind of analysis into the risk modeling could be helpful too. So the if the risk profile by the feeder or the circuit segment is deemed to be homogeneous, you know, that's the kind of thing we're wondering, could you divide it up and think about your circuits, your line sections by your actual risk? You know, where do you have a circuit? So say you have a 100-mile circuit. Do you have 10 miles that's in a really heavily vegetation, you know, a forested area with a lot more risk to have vegetation strikes? Do you have, you know, 50 miles of that circuit that's, you know, I don't know, more like Central Valley with no, you know, large vegetation around it, that would have much different kind of risk profile. I was actually talking to my dad, and you know, we're both long-term. I mean, I'm fifth generation Californian. California is a very different state than many states where, you know, my dad kept bringing up the state of Vermont. I mean, the state of Vermont is like, has probably a lot more homogeneity to it than the state of California, and PG&E's territory being in such a large part of the state of California. There's just a lot of different geography, a lot of different kinds of risks. So this is the kind of thing we were thinking about too. If the feeder, you know, has, again, varying degrees of risk profiles by vegetation or by other things too, you know, maybe you have a part of a circuit, or, you know, that is, you're more concerned about. It's had poor reliability into a certain part of the circuit, and you have, you know, you have some issues there. You know, looking into your system in that kind of more of a detailed way, to really think, how do you find where your homogeneous risk profiles are. The other thing I wanted to throw out there is, I know I've heard in the industry that some utilities prefer to group things by zones of protection rather than line sections. I don't think it really matters to us as much as making sure there's clear endpoints for if you do use a zone versus a line section. That was why I put that in there. Protection zones, for those who are not familiar, protection engineering is a subset of power engineering that, in my, you know, decades of working in the industry, I've realized protection engineers are the kind of the brains of the power, you know, field. I mean, they have to know their systems very, very well. And the protection engineering is typically more of a reliability, or in the past was more focused on reliability and protecting the system. But I think, you know, now that we're living in a new age, I'm looking at this beautiful day outside and concerned, because we've had already red flag warning, you know, days in December again. We're just, you know, in a new era right now. So whatever makes sense, we don't know. We're not claiming to know exactly what you need to do. We're just asking you, bring your protection engineers together, bring your planning engineers together, bring them into the risk assessment, and really think about how can you get more homogeneous risk profiles to model in your risk analysis for wildfire risk. Next slide.
Wendy, could I ask a question on that one?
Yeah, give me a time to breathe. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. If you could go to the previous slide. So I was just curious for the first two bullets. So are you aware of data that indicates that, you know, these different types of systems, radial loop, and different types of load, residential, commercial, have different likelihoods, higher or lower, of ignition or of fault? Or are you just kind of hypothesizing that and saying, okay, PG&E, look at this as one possibility and see if there are differing levels of risk based on this type of thing?
I have not put, you know, I am not, you know, nothing's coming to the top of my mind, Eric, about that. It was really more thinking about not just about the likelihood, but the consequence side. Does that make sense, Eric? That they're, you know, not just, well, let's say it's about likelihood, but it's also about the consequence and also about the mitigations that could be used.
So when you say consequence, you mean if there's a ignition on a 3-wire system, that might have a higher consequence than 2-wire. Is that kind of what you mean?
Well, actually, I was thinking more if there's if there is a I was thinking of load type kind of as far as the consequences. If you're out in the middle of nowhere, and you know, the consequences may not be as striking, although, you know, the consequences for ignitions are much are still problematic anywhere that they start, pretty much. But on the radial versus the loop or the network, I would say on the reliability side, radial systems are, you know, generally thought of as, you know, less reliable. I mean, it's part of the way the system is designed, and it's part of the territory. You know, you can't have the backup systems as easily, right? When you have just a radial line, and you don't have, you're not in an area where you can easily, you know, network it or have that backup system. So on the reliability part of it would probably impact it. As far as the safety, I really was thinking more about the 3 versus the 4 wire and the mitigations that could be done. So I felt that by separating it out in the tranches, it could help us distinguish how a certain mitigation could be utilized for a 3 wire versus a 4 wire system. Does that make sense?
Yes, I see what you mean. And you know, we're going to think about this more for comments. I tend to think of consequence a little bit differently than what you described, in terms of more about like the terrain and the wind and the vegetation like around the line. So you just assume an ignition occurs, right? And then what happens when that ignition occurs? Well, if it's snowing, nothing, right? Or if there's no vegetation around, also nothing. And so we can flesh this out more in comments, but it's helpful to hear how you were thinking about that. And I think I hear you saying you think there may be reliability or safety differences among these different loads and different systems, but you'd have to look at the data to see, you know, exactly what the variability is.
And that's why we're kind of throwing out different suggestions, and even we didn't mean to say you have to do all of this. We're saying these are different things we've thought about in our limited resources. These are the things that we thought about, and perhaps some, you know, combination or some appropriate, you know, just, you know, maybe there's even more things that we haven't thought about, but we just really wanted to emphasize that there are things that we've thought about. And as far as the vegetation and the consequences on that side, I did try to address that in the second part of it, Eric, you know, where I was talking about the circuits themselves. If the circuit is 150 miles and you have, you know, a fourth or a third of that circuit that's in an area that has, you know, a lot of vegetation, and then you have a good half of that circuit that's, you know, not, it's very different risk profile. So I was trying to talk about it in that part.
True. Okay, thank you.
But any enlightenment, you know, you guys can share in your comments, we definitely appreciate too. These are kind of things that we thought about, and I don't know, Eric, if you've had a chance yet to read the report, but there's a lot more suggestions we have still.
Yeah, no, I saw that, and
okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Anyone else? Feel free.
Yeah, this is Chris. On this slide that Eric was just pointing to, I guess what I was wondering then is by this on number 1, by dividing up the distribution and the risk tranches by asset categorization, is the intent, for example, like I think you mentioned REFCO, so that mitigations could be appropriately analyzed and evaluated depending upon, for example, the circuit configuration, so that once a risk was analyzed, then the next step is trying to determine the most effective mitigation. And so if the tranche had a detailed dive into the circuit configuration, then that might drive the appropriate mitigation. Is that sort of the intent there?
Yeah, thank you, Chris. I was actually even going back to, I'm just looking back at the previous slide with the language from the SMAP settlement agreement. the other thing, the reason that I was thinking about it and putting it forward as far as asset categorization is because that, remember the SMAP, I'll read it again, the tranche is supposed to be a logical disaggregation of a group of assets or systems into groups. With, you know, so when it said assets or systems, I was even thinking to myself, well, you know, I found this in my handy dandy, worth $1,000 now on Amazon, my handbook for electrical engineers. That's where I got this, you know, asset categorization by system voltage or scheme of connection. So I was going back to the, or we were going back, sorry, I don't mean to be just myself. We were going back to the SMAP settlement agreement. The SMAP settlement agreement mentioned assets or systems. And then, you know, that was part of the suggestion too. But you're right. I was taking it forward from that and thinking that if you did have a risk, you know, a risk tranche that was focused on, for example, 3-wire medium voltage, you know, distributions, you know, circuits in high fire threat areas, for example, and you know that there's, you know, a very high ROC mitigation that could be applied to that, then it could help us kind of focus. You may not have to have, you know, just, oh, is everything going to need to be covered conductor or undergrounded, or could there really be some other options? And even beyond that, even perhaps enhanced vegetation management makes sense more, you know, in certain smaller granular tranches, and you could actually see that. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Hi.
Eric, like you were popping up, or somebody else?
That was me, Joe Mitchell. Hi. So with the, I totally agree with you on this, on the tranching and to asset categories and also into breaking. What we were trying to suggest is that the geographic areas should be correlated in some way with fire risk. And what we were suggesting is the wind intensity as a differentiator. And I do want to have a sort of process discussion later on with Stephen or others just to figure out what to do about that, because the alternative analysis that PG&E did, you know, had some errors in it, and we're going to figure out what to do with that. But just jumping into what you're talking about here, breaking things into assets, it's really good to know where those assets are. You were mentioning counties, but fires don't know where the county boundaries are, and even circuits don't follow any county boundaries. So sort of artificial human-created delimitations don't really describe what our risk areas are. So if we can tranche based on where are the fires more dangerous, and by more dangerous, higher risk, and by higher risk, we mean both higher likelihood of ignition, because you're more likely to have vegetation and equipment failure, and the reanalysis of the data does show that. And also, you have the larger fire sizes, which are driven by the worst fire conditions. So, yeah, I just sort of jumping ahead, you had sort of also said that you thought AI could be used to get some, maybe some break-in tranching. So I would really urge that these fire risk conditions like wind be an entry variable to the AI so that can be analyzed along with everything else. So that's what I had to say.
Thank you, Joe. I really appreciate that. And I just want to say, honestly, that I did not have, we did not have the bandwidth to look at all of that you were doing in your wind scenario analysis. And I know it was kind of ongoing, and you had found some, had some issues. And I do regret not mentioning it in the report, because I do think it was very important work. And it would be great to follow up you know, with you afterwards. I think the fire risk conditions, it does make a lot of sense. What I would say to one of the things that you mentioned, Joe, is that you had said circuits don't kind of follow, you know, geographic area. I will point out in the report on page 49, you know, I do quote my nifty standard handbook for electrical engineers. And at least, you know, when this handbook was issued, you know, they do say that, I think at least at some point, you know, usually planners, engineering planners design the circuits to serve load in what, you know, what is called a well-defined geographical area. So, you know, things change over time that may not always hold up, but there may be some ways to kind of combine it. And hopefully, yeah, we will talk about that later, the artificial intelligence and machine learning, you know, all these different ways. We really want to emphasize a lot more needs to be done. And I'm very interested to follow up. Does that sound good, Joe?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. I'll talk to you later.
And that kind of brings up another process. What do we do between now and the filing? But hopefully we can talk about that at the end of the workshop. Do we want to continue to the next slide? Or actually, can I ask someone to move to the next slide? I forgot your name, I'm sorry. Is it Robert or is it someone else? Oh, great.
It's Sean. Sean.
It's Sean? Oh, okay, Sean. Thank you, Sean.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So again, we have many different suggestions in the report on the tranches to get more granular tranches. We talk about the using a similar approach for distribution tranche that we've already been talking about, also considering that for the transmission tranche, because really, you know, that was 5,500 circuit miles, one transmission tranche, you know. Is there any way to divide that into, you know, areas that make sense to have more homogeneous risk profiles, whether they're geographic areas, whether it's by circuit, line sections, line segments, you know, you know, whatever way it is, we know a lot more needs to be done to make these more granular. The second bullet on that first item, when I basically was kind of hopefully making some sense in the report, I was trying to, or what we were trying to do was talk about, you know, if you get to a point where, you know, a line section for a transmission tranche or even for a distribution tranche, you know, where you can't just do line section by line section by line section as risk tranches, what I was trying to put across was perhaps you can group different ones of those that have the similar risk profiles. And again, I'm really happy that Joseph noticed and brought up the artificial intelligence. That is something we mentioned later, and we are presenting all these things and saying, PG&E, please do much more, use artificial intelligence, whatever you have to do, but look at your system in a more analytical way to set up the risk model and the tranches so that there are similar risk profile tranches together. The second item is talking about the power engineering industry examples. You know, transmission line segments have been analyzed, you know, for many years, you know, for looking at failure data, exposure data. I believe, you know, even on the distribution side, but, you know, much more even on the transmission side. So there should be data out there. Perhaps it's not getting to the, you know, the risk group, or perhaps it's just not coming all together. But we really think that we want PG&E to focus a lot more on getting better tranches by risk profile and much more homogeneous risk profiles. And one thing I want to say just came to my mind. I don't in any way, or we don't in any way mean to say that we really appreciate PG&E's efforts, you know, in that the cooperation with us being able to even understand to the level that we did, all the workshops that were done, really appreciated all the openness and cooperation by Ken Arnold and Vincent and Yumi, especially Yumi. Yumi was just very helpful in helping us understand all these things. We're not trying to put blame on any individuals. We're just saying we think PG&E Corporation needs to do a lot more, bring a lot more resources to do a better job with this risk analysis before the GRC is filed. So basically the last, in the last point there is that basically, again, I mentioned this earlier, but we really believe that once you divide your transmission distribution, you know, assets, particularly those 3 tranches that have the high risk scores, that once you divide those into more granular, you know, tranches by more homogeneous risk profiles, you'll be able to get more granular multi-attribute risk scores, and then we can assess the outcomes based on the mitigations or the conditions, you know, for each of those. It will be a lot more informative. And again, to also prioritize resources, limited resources over the years. So that's another important reason. Next slide. It's really weird when you can't see anybody. And, you know, maybe 1 or 2 people can put their cameras on because I feel like I'm talking to the wall. This is not my style. Thank you. Anybody else want to put your camera on, feel free. Thank you. So the this slide we basically want, you know, we're just adding more recommendations. Looks like we spelled the word recommendation, but you know what we mean, for increasing granularity, considering whether, you know, additional granularity is also needed for a substation. I don't know, the scores for the substation were really low, but what I was thinking, the reason we wanted to mention it is because, you know, there are some mitigations that may be able to be installed at substations and then they reduce the risk. So, you know, you don't want to lose that aspect of it. So I don't know, we just mentioned that there. The second thing, other tools, consider other tools and data that you use to model the circuit mile prioritization. Again, I think at least for there are things you are doing already that allow you to try to decide what miles, you know, what miles were you going to harden in 2019, those 171 circuit miles. How did you decide that? You had tools and data that allowed you to decide that those 171 circuit miles were the ones that you needed to do first and foremost. You know, maybe 150 of those circuit miles, you know, were really priority, and then 21 of those circuit miles you had to do just because they were connected to those 150. We understand those kind of, you know, nuances, but there was something that allowed you, PG&E, to, or provided, you know, you took some information to make that decision. How did you get the plan together for the miles that you planned for 2020? How did you get the plan together for the 2021, 2022, 2023? You know, there is this information you have. So what we're trying to say is take that and, you know, use artificial intelligence, use whatever, use it and include it into this MAVF risk analysis with more granular tranches. And the vegetation management too, you have ways that you're deciding what vegetation management you have to do first and second, you know, not just from a compliance viewpoint, but from a risk viewpoint, and equipment maintenance and replacement. So that's what we meant when we talk about considering other tools and data. The third thing here is considering insights from subject matter experts, proposed initiatives to mitigate the wildfire risk. And how you already are prioritizing assets by common risk characteristics. You know, we know that, you know, we're not saying that we thought that the risk assessment team at PG&E was, you know, we know that you were working with your subject matter experts, and that particularly on the electric, on chapter 11, the more reliability focused risk, you know, the tranches, there's 2 tranches that were really matched up towards the mitigations, you know, replacing I think it was the small conductor and replacing, you know, in areas that were corroded. So you were actually kind of like taking up what your mitigation was, and that was how you divided the tranches. I'm not saying to do that, but we're saying kind of get more of that subject matter expert information into your modeling so that the things that they're considering, try to get that more transparent and more into the model itself. Trying to say here, I think, if I'm remembering right. The 4th thing, very, very important here. The machine learning and or the artificial intelligence data techniques to identify more narrow and homogeneous risk profiles. Again, I'm really glad that Joseph brought this up earlier. We understand there is a difference between machine learning and artificial intelligence. You know, machine learning maybe is more, you know, you take, you have, for example, you have fault data and you have on your circuits, and you know most of the reasons for the certain faults, and you might not know some. I don't know, there's different things. You might not have age, you might have missing age information on equipment, you might have whatever, and you can use machine learning to kind of like give best estimates for what you think that should be in a model. The artificial intelligence, I think there's just a lot of possibilities with the data analytics that are going on now. A lot more possibilities to perhaps use artificial intelligence to help you decide your tranches before you actually even do the modeling. That's what we're trying to get to, is figure out ways that you can do a better job to decide your homogeneous risk profiles, you know, or as close to homogeneous as possible, whatever they are. The 5th one, I think what I mentioned already, the electric ops overhead risk analysis. So the poor reliability, you know, the reliability ones, it does seem to perhaps overlap sometimes. There may be tranches that don't overlap, like if it's corrosion on a coastal zone and it's not in a high fire threat district area. But if it's a small conductor, if it's got other reliability issues, you know, is that at all gonna make it, is that going to be an overlapping issue for a wildfire risk, you know, ignition, particularly if it's equipment related or you've had many different, you know, outages or faults because of vegetation in an area that's in a high fire threat district area. So we're just asking you to kind of consider that information too, particularly consider the outage and the fault data. Number 6 is, again, the regions, the localities. And as Joseph said, we understand that, you know, the risk profiles are not going to be like, oh, it's, you know, this county has a specific risk profile. We know there may be, you know, different risk profiles inside a certain region or locality, and, you know, they may overlap with other region and locality, but we're asking you to kind of figure that out more. And especially because you have such a large area of California in your territory that very much has different risk profiles in it. The next slide. So, here we did talk about turns analysis, because it kind of, you know, was since we focus heavily on the tranches, we definitely wanted to mention tranche scenario analysis. We do really appreciate that Turn put this forward. So basically, Turn, for those who don't know, Turn asked PG&E to break down their 2 highest high fire threat district distribution risk score tranches into 12 tranches for a total of 18 tranches instead of the 8. So there was quite a bit of analysis on that. Based on this was based on I believe it was, yeah, PG&E's previous GRC filing, and 60%, what they found is that 60% of the risk for the distribution to be hardened tranche was found in approximately 2,300 circuit miles, or about a third, a little less than a third of the 6,900 miles in that tranche. So basically by doing that, it seemed to really support, it definitely supported the need for more granular tranches, that as 6,900 circuit mile tranche is just, not homogeneous. And this scenario analysis that Turn had PG&E do supported that. Turn stated that even the level of granularity reflected in the analysis wasn't ideal, because the likelihood and the consequence values for each circuit, do differ within the tranches, and that basically, Turn acknowledged that PG&E knows particular locations within their high fire areas that are more susceptible to fire weather conditions. Something that Musty Grade Road Alliance has been bringing up, or high fuel content than other areas. So I did appreciate that Turn was putting this forward as a scenario analysis to make a point, not necessarily to say this is exactly the way to do it, but I do think that the point was made. Turn was suggesting that PG&E consider designing the tranches based on specific characteristics of the individual equipment type that tend to increase the likelihood of wildfires, and that these differences could be used to separate equipment-specific tranches. And then they talk about in Chapter 11 in the distribution overhead assets that they were divided by equipment type, and tranches were created based on reliability performance. So Turn also believes that these failures, some of these failures could lead to wildfires too. So that was going along with what we were saying. The next slide, and then I think I'll ask Turn to kind of weigh in since we talk about it, but the next slide. So again, our observation is just that we found that Turn's requested tranche scenario analysis appears to support more granular tranches. I would even say more definitively than appears, to allow PG&E to more accurately reflect the risk reduction benefits of mitigation work expected. Oh, right. Okay. Sorry. The general statement I was making is true, but this was a more specific statement. Turn was pointing out that there actually should be risk reduction benefits before the GRC period starts in 2023. So that's what was something we definitely found significant, and that the result by their analysis showed that test year 2020 baseline risk score should be much lower. I think if I remembered right, and I could ask Turn, I think it was like 19,000 something, going from 25,000 to less than 20,000 risk score with the analysis that Turn did. And then anyway, let me just say, SPD finds that Turn's analysis appears to make the strong case for further granularity to be achieved in PG&E's wildfire risk tranching, especially in high fire threat district areas. Eric, is there something would you like to add?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing, I think that's well summarized. The only thing I'd add is that our tranches were based on PG&E modeling from the GRC. So it's not that we kind of created our own model of risk and then tried to apply it. We just tried to marry other modeling that showed a really high concentration of wildfire risk from the GRC, and specifically it was from the from PG&E's system hardening prioritization. So they looked at consequence of wildfire and likelihood on a very granular basis. And so that's what we had based our tranches on. And then, of course, it's getting that into the ramp context, which isn't completely trivial. Like, it's not all the same units and all that stuff. But that's how we looked at it. And so we did try to base it on, you know, other modeling that PG&E had done to make it more granular. But as our comment said, we think we can get even more granular than what than the scenario that we've been over the last couple of months. And I don't know if Chuck and Jonathan did that Anything else we wanted to point out there that I missed?
This Chuck, I think you covered it very nicely.
If I think we talk about this in the report, but it was pretty much usually less than 500 circuit miles for those highest risk. What was it? The top 80% of the risk tranches were each tranche had less than 500 circuit miles. Most of them, I think, in that analysis.
Right, and then but the last ones had a whole bunch of miles, just because there's a there ends up being a small amount of risk in a large amount of miles. But that's what that type of analysis allows you to see a little bit clearer. I mean, what PG&E points out in its WMP filing, and again, units are not exactly the same when we talk about risk, but they talk about how 95% of their wildfire risk is contained over 5,500 circuit miles. And so knowing that, and they have 18,000 overhead circuit miles in HFTD. And so you end up with, so you want to break 5,500 to understand exactly how risk is allocated. But then the rest, there's going to be a low amount of risk per mile in the rest of those miles.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think that is something when we get to the chapter 11, we talk about the concept about looking at risk per mile, risk per circuit, or risk, kind of like that, giving a way to assess. And we can talk about that when we get to chapter 11. We didn't talk about it too much here, but the same concept could be applied for sure in the wildfire. So thank you. The next slide, you can turn to the next slide, but I'm thinking I actually might need a 3-minute break to get a glass of water. And then maybe, Steve, you might want to think about what time you want to break for lunch. I'm about halfway done with my slides. So we still have a ways to go. And I myself just need a 3-minute break to get a drink of water. So I'll turn it over to Steve.
Wendy, let's plan for a noontime lunch break, 45-minute lunch break, wherever you are at that point. Let's stick to a noontime lunch break so that we can continue at 12:45. So let's take a 5-minute break or a 3-minute break right now, bathroom break.
Actually, that's fine. I can last another 17 minutes. I wasn't sure if we were going to go to 12:45 or something. Then I couldn't last. That's
okay,
fine.
all right. Let's go to noon. Okay.
That sounds good. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so Eric, you can keep your camera on if you want. I like seeing a couple of faces, so it's up to you. So here we're covering the risk drivers and the associated frequencies and risk. And again, this is data from, most of this is basically from PG&E. Well, I'll make the one exception note in a minute. Basically, these 6 risk drivers account for the forecasted 442, 443 risk events in the test year 2023. Again, 141 of those risk events are focused for the high fire threat district area. And you can see, if looking from the left, 38% of the total 443 are equipment failure. 25% are vegetation drivers, 19% are third-party contact, 12% animal drivers, and so on. Underneath that is a little bit of a SPD twist, and PG&E, please feel free to clarify this point. What we were trying to understand was the different associated frequencies and the different associated risks. And basically, it seemed to us that it's really most of the associated risk are within those 141 risk events in the high fire threat district area. It's those, and so that's why I believe that's why the equipment failure and the vegetation flip is that if you see on the second, on the last row, you'll see the equipment failure is really 27. It says 27% frequency in high fire threat district areas. It really was 27% of the risk, and I believe those are high fire threat areas. So that's what we kind of put here on this slide of try to clarify. And then the vegetation, instead of being the second driver, it becomes the first driver when you're focused on the high fire threat district areas, 45% of those risk events. And then going down the line, you know, the drivers are a little bit different. Yumi or Vincent, would you mind weighing in on this? Because it was something I didn't have we didn't have a lot of, I just want to make sure that fits how you presented things.
Hi, Wendy. This is Benson. Yeah, so I agree. I think when we were presenting system-wide, as well as one that was HFTD only, and I don't have it right in front of me right now, but those numbers are consistent with what we found. Vegetation being the highest, around 45%.
I appreciate that. Thanks, Benson. I think it was like maybe 1 percentage point different in some of these in that high, you're talking about the high fire threat district. Just 1 second. We have another period class starting. Yeah, multitasking mom in a pandemic, working mom in a pandemic. So I think, Benson, that the question I had is when I saw the bow tie for the high fire threat district area, it was sometimes a little bit, it was maybe I like the vegetation might have been 44% instead of 45% or something like that. I think that something that follow up with you on is when you presented things as associated frequency and associated, even in that bow tie, the bow tie, the main for wildfire for the entire area, you had percent, you know, frequencies and then percent risk. And it's something that I was trying to explain to others. This is the way I understood it. And if you have any clarification to that, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I think it's kind of showing in this kind of that middle across our entire territory. You'll see that equipment failure having the highest percent frequency. So in that case, because there's a very, very small portion, you know, less than 1% of our risk in non-HFTD, the overall percentage of the score, you know, has some rounding differences between 45 and 44%, mainly to reflect the fact that, well, not to reflect that, that's how it computed in the sense that there's a larger portion of equipment failure related risk sitting in the non-HFTD. That's, you know, that's where you see that rounding difference.
Joseph, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, because some of the analysis that PG&E did for the alternative analysis they did for MGRA and the follow-up analysis we did on top of that are consistent in that you can see the third-party and animal drivers, for instance, you've got about 25% of the risk coming from that. But in fact, if you look at the conditions where extreme wildfires are likely, that drops. It drops substantially, and it's pretty much equipment and vegetation are the big story. So that's where we're trying to push things so that you're actually looking at the conditions and locations where you're going to have the drivers that create large wildfires, such as high wind, red flag warnings, and so forth. Because some of these other ones, while yes, they're associated with ignitions, it's just less likely they're going to be associated with ignitions when things are bad.
That's very helpful. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you. Next slide, please. Sean, I think it was. Thank you. So the next slide is, thanks. Basically our observations and again, we didn't spend a lot of time on this, not because we don't think it's important. We are aware that it's been covered somewhat in the wildfire mitigation plans. We are, and we were, you know, we were really heavily focusing on things that were not covered anywhere else, basically. So it's not that that we couldn't spend our time on looking at these things, and we do appreciate Joseph's point there. But basically, you know, even without that point, we noticed equipment failure and vegetation are, you know, the first and the second highest risk. They flip, you know, in the high fire threat area, but they still are both the top two risk drivers. We did call out the Turn has identified that there is a need to include operational failures as a separate risk driver. And we do tend to agree with that. And we'd like to see, you know, that done for the test year 2023. The other point we made is that PG&E may want to anticipate the impacts of regionalization efforts on operational risk. The thinking there is that, you know, from an engineering perspective, you know, when you're making big transitions, are there increased risk in those kind of transitions? Are there decreased risk in you know, in those kind of big changes to your how you operate your system? So we kind of added that on as a kind of a slight twist to Turn's proposal. That's what we were trying to do. Eric, did you want to speak up about that at all?
Actually, could you repeat what the last part of what you said? You said something was a twist, but I may have missed what you said before that.
Sure. So I'm kind of trying to convey a lot of ideas in a few words here. We were supporting Turn's recommendation that operational failure be added as a risk driver in the analysis. In addition to that, we were positing that basically perhaps PG&E should also look at regionalization and its impacts, you know, its future impacts to operational risk, whether they're decreased, they think they would decrease, you know, operational risk by regionalization efforts. I'm not really the most knowledgeable at all about regionalizational efforts. It's just something we just kind of know is also happening. Perhaps it may or may not apply through this GRC cycle for it to be considered, but it related to, in that sense, related to the operational failure. But I'd be interested to hear what your thinking is.
No, I mean, I totally hear where you're going with that. I'm also not super close with regionalization, but what you're saying is regionalization appears to be a mitigation to help reduce the risk of operational failure. And, you know, as we know from just historical data, there's a large amount of the wildfire risk is contained within this category of operational failure at a minimum where PG&E has been convicted of crimes or found to be negligent or had violations. That's been a big driver of wildfire risk. And so, yeah, definitely we appreciate that SPD agrees that should be in there, and hopefully that'll help clarify the analysis and also help with something like regionalization. That could be seen as a mitigation, right, for operational failure, and PG&E would have to estimate, well, how much do they think that mitigates that risk?
Yeah, thank you. Ben, did you want to add anything on this too?
No, I don't have anything on it.
Yeah, I guess what the last thing I would just say about it is, you know, kind of simplistically from an engineering point of view, it kind of gets to the point of, you know, the bigger an organization becomes from an engineering point of view, when you have a very important system that you're operating and maintaining, is there some point where you're getting so big that it's very difficult for you to manage in the most effective way and mitigate risk? You know, that, I mean, it's just kind of what my thinking is. You know, I keep going back to PG&E once was, you know, it was 50 small electric utilities, and that, you know, PG&E, I don't know exactly if the number 50 is right, but it was many different small electric utilities, and then, you know, a big PG&E, the company, you know, made it one big utility. in my thinking, just from an engineering perspective, I think I mentioned this in the report, you know, you do have many utilities in the US that are very small, very focused, you know, though they're going to have the engineers and the resources, they're going to be very focused and understand their risk more just because they're very small. I mean, even in California, we have, you know, Bear Valley, you have Liberty, they have a very small area. They're going to be very focused. And the point that we were trying to make is, you know, yeah, we do think Turn makes a good point about, is it, you know, you need to look at a risk driver as how you're operating your system. And perhaps the regionalization could be, you know, like Eric said, a mitigation to help you operate your system better. So anyway, that was the point. You can go to the next slide, but I'm thinking, Steve, we might be at a good breaking point. Let me see the next slide, Sean, if that's okay. Actually, I think we could finish this. This one's not very long. Why don't we do the cross-cutting factors, and then that'll be a good breaking point. Because basically, PG&E does include cross-cutting factors as impacting the wildfire risk. You know, there were 8 cross-cutting factors in the 2020 RAMP, and 4 of those were quantified in the wildfire risk model. Those are listed here. Climate change, you know, definitely, I think, thankfully in California, I think most of us understand that connection to our increased wildfire risk. And it is modeled on the consequence side by correlating the projected future changes in the PG&E territory that would be with the frequency of ignitions that occur during red flag warning days and the consequence of the acres burned. And I think we note it later when we talk about we'll come back to this later when we look at the modeling for the mitigations, and we'll talk about this, how the climate change was even modeled as having a negative impact on the risk score later on, and, you know, starting in 2023, that there's the projections that things are going to get worse, unfortunately. The second cross-cutting factor, the emergency preparedness and response, and we do talk about that again when we talk about mitigations. The third one is the records and information management. I know that Turn has spent, you know, some time to think about that too. And then the fourth being the seismic, which didn't seem didn't seem to look like it would be. I mean, it has a big consequence, but the likelihood, I think, is so small. So you can go to the next slide. Thank you. So I think I spoke to it. The 3 cross-cutting factors, especially relevant, again, climate change, emergency preparedness and response, and the records and information management. Again, the PG&E integrated the climate change into their long-term wildfire risk outlook, specifically for the wildfire consequences. And then PG&E is projecting to use the emergency preparedness and response as a mitigation. So we'll talk about these more when we get to that point. I think this is a really good breaking point, Steve, because the next thing we'll be talking about is wildfire consequences.
All right. Let's take a 45-minute lunch break and come back 45, and you continue with this slide or next slide. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you think we should just stay connected, Steve, I guess, and probably?
Yeah, absolutely. Stay connected. Yes,
okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's what we'll do. Turn on. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, it's 12:45. Let's continue with the workshop. Wendy?
Sure. Do you want to give maybe 1 or 2 minutes, Stephen, for people to come back, or do you want to check in and make sure people are back?
If you want to wait a couple of minutes, that's okay with me.
Okay, I see Ben and Fred. I just wonder about Turn and Messy Grade and PG&E and Cal Advocates. You guys, if you just turn your cameras on real quick or just give us a thumbs up that you're back, then we can get started. I saw Cal Advocates and PG&E. Is somebody from Turn and is Joseph back? Just curious. You want to give me...
On Wendy, this is Jonathan Lesser.
Oh, great. Okay. Okay. And the consequence side, I just want to make sure, is Joseph on? Because the consequence side, I think, is definitely in his realm of things. Messy Grade Road Alliance, Joseph Mitchell. Joe, are you back on? He can catch up later too, I'm sure. Okay, we can, Sean, if you're on, can you go to the next slide? Great. Okay, we can continue. By the way, I just went outside for a little bit and I cannot believe how warm it is for December 8th. Looking at the long-term local forecast, I sure hope we get some rain in the next week. So not believe how warm it is. So anyway, let's cover the wildfire consequences. I was discussing this with Emma yesterday because she was presenting, for me kind of more clearly. And basically, again, this is really from PG&E's filing, just pointing out how they modeled their consequences. There's basically 10 different wildfire consequence outcomes, and they're basically a combination of fire size, destructiveness, with red flag, whether there's a red flag warning day or not, and a red flag warning or not, and then whether or not there is a seismic event only applying for the catastrophic fires. Just 1 second, the boys just finished their school day. Just 1 second. Sorry about that. Basically, again, the aggregated consequence, of the risk events core score for the wildfire risk is 57. What was interesting when you look at PG&E's Bowtie analysis is that, the individual consequence scores range from anywhere from 0.1 to 17,000 when you look at them individually. It's just that depending on the combinations, the aggregated score came out to 57. I did ask PG&E to go over this with me once, and I didn't explain it too thoroughly, but it is something interesting to look at and really understand how that actual aggregated consequence score is calculated, and I confirmed that with PG&E. The interesting thing about the consequences on the wildfire side is that basically the combination of red flag warning and catastrophic fires are 76% of the outcomes. the non-red flag warning catastrophic fires are still 12%. So there were, and remember, this is based on, again, as we were talking earlier, this is based on forecasts that are based mainly on historical data, 2015 to 2019, with adjustments and things like that. So it does. Basically, I don't know if the past is going to completely predict the future, or if there may be better projections of red flag warning days, or like Joseph Mitchell has talked about, perhaps there's other consequences. That's why I was hoping Joseph would be back on. And Joseph, if you are back on, feel free to speak up, since I do know that you've talked about the fire risk conditions and wind intensity as other other things that should be considered in the modeling. But anyway, to continue on, the 11% of the wildfire risk event consequences are due to red flag warning day destructive fires, which is 7%, and then non-red flag warning destructive fires at 4%. And it's not in here, but we do it, PG&E, can you remind us again, what was the differentiation again with the catastrophic and the destructive? I think
it was having a safety impact and having a serious injury or fatality.
Okay. So you could have the same acreage burn, but if you had no serious injury or fatality, it would be a destructive fire, not catastrophic.
That's how we define it, yes.
Okay, thank you. So the point is that I do think that Mussy Grade Road Alliance has made some good points about other things to consider. Again, we didn't spend a lot of time on this, but it doesn't mean that there are not other things to consider about what other consequences could be looked at in the modeling. We do note in this slide that PG&E did state that their decision to invest in public safety shutoffs targeted at reducing emissions when there's red flag warning day conditions, was because to mitigate this highest projected risk. But we will talk about the PSPS as a mitigation later on. Those of you who've read the report have seen. And if we can go to the next slide, Sean. And just before I get back, I just want to acknowledge my team lead, Steve, is pointing out, hopefully I'll be finishing up by around 2:45, because I do know we have other things for both this chapter and chapter 11. So I will definitely try to do that. I think we'll probably move along quicker in the second half of these slides. But feel free to check in with me. Maybe we can check in at 2 would be a nice check-in and see where we're at. Going back to the observations, well, basically we noticed, the highest frequency outcome really was the non-red flag warning small fires at 91%. And, it's only, minor fraction of any risk outcome. Makes sense being small fires, but we wanted to kind of show that this really was the highest frequency. These very small fires, the second highest frequency outcome was the red flag warning small fires at almost 8%, and even a smaller amount of projected risk outcome. So the point here was just, if there's some way that PG&E could figure out how to focus their multi-attribute value function analysis more heavily on the conditions that lead to these large destructive and catastrophic fires. Basically, with such a large amount of the small fires really not having much consequences, is there a way to do the analysis to look more at what causes large destructive and catastrophic fires? And I think that's something that Mussy Grade Road Alliance has been looking into with PG&E, and we're very interested in following up on that. Next slide. So here is where we start talking about controls and mitigations. PG&E presented a total of 12 controls. Again, this is for test year 2023 through the GRC cycle of 2026, and then 11 mitigations. Before we go into looking at the next two slides, which shows the overview of these, you know, I do want to acknowledge that we did not spend a lot of time going control by control and mitigation by mitigation. We focused on a few, and we also really want to be clear that what we want is we want more granular analysis. And in that more granular analysis for your modeling with getting more granular tranches, we're expecting more granular controls and mitigations, you know, whether you take them, you know, whether you may have controls and mitigations that apply across your area, but if you can see the risk reduction by tranches in certain, you know, more granular areas, I think that will be much more informative for the GRC process. So the next slide, Sean. So again, here's the, this is 17 controls that PG&E presented in their ramp. And they mapped them, which was very, we do appreciate that. They mapped them to their 2017 ramp and also to their 2020 GRC. So you will see that most of these controls, you know, a good part of them were included, you know, were done before their patrols and inspections for their distribution, transmission, substation, vegetation management for the same three main components of their system. I think that's vegetation management for a catastrophic emergency memo account. I think that's what that SEMA is. PG&E, you can remind me, I could look it up. But anyway, that, yeah. The equipment maintenance and replacement for different parts of their system, animal abatement, pole programs, and transmission structure maintenance and replacement. I think that was a new control. System automation and protection, you know, it kind of went back and forth between a control and then a mitigation in the GRC. Reclosers, it was a mitigation and now it's a control. And then just their design standards and restoration and operational procedures and training. And we, you know, we again, we did not go into real detail analysis, except that we basically want to see risk analysis done for these controls. As Steve was mentioning, overall for the ramp, we definitely feel that we need the multi-attribute value function analysis and understanding the risk reduction for any kind of initiatives, especially for the wildfire, whether they were initiatives, you know, that have been done in the past or not, so that we can really see, are we actually focusing on the right things in the future. Sean, can you go to the next slide? Here's the wildfire mitigations. Again, this is on the right, you'll see the 11 mitigations, the enhanced vegetation management, which was a mitigation in the 2020 GRC, system hardening, which is primarily covered conductor, I believe, some undergrounding, well, actually undergrounding or covered conductor, which we will talk about later. That was also in the 2020 GRC. The non-exempt surge arrestor replacement, that was a past mitigation in the past ramp. Expulsion fuse replacement was a control before. And then M5, which is the PSPS, we will talk about that more. And then M6, which is their PSPS impact reduction initiatives. M7, situational awareness and forecasting. M8, safety and infrastructure protection teams. And M9, blanking out, I'd have to look at it again. The CSWP 9, sorry. I wrote it down somewhere. Sorry, I'm blanking out on that one. Can you remind us, PG&E again, what, I'm just blanking out, CWSP?
Oh, it's the activities that for our community wildfire safety program.
Oh,
program
okay.
office.
Okay.
Just
thank
a
you.
lot
Thank
of
you.
different coordination. Yep.
Thank you. Just blanking out on the acronym. And then M10, the additional system automation and protection. And what you'll notice about the M6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 is PG&E identified these as foundational mitigations. So as foundational mitigations, PG&E did not do the risk analysis or RCs on those. And that was something we also were concerned about, similar to controls, that how can we really see what is the risk reduction from these mitigations without having that analysis done. And then M11, the remote grid is included. So you can see on the left-hand side, PG&E's 4 broad strategies, was to reduce the risk through several asset management programs, including the long-term program to harden their distribution system in high fire threat areas to lower the ignition risk and improve fire risk. Also to reduce their risk from vegetation driver by expanding their vegetation management activities in the high fire areas. And then targeting their highest risk wildfire conditions through the PSPS program, and that they're making, PG&E has stated they're making significant investments to reduce the impact of future PSPS events on customers. And then fourthly, enhancing their situational awareness with improvements in meteorology, high-def cameras from fire monitoring, field weather stations, and satellite monitoring. We can go to the next slide. So this slide basically is showing that the few mitigations that PG&E did calculate RSE. Again, they did not calculate for the foundational mitigations. So basically, it was for the enhanced vegetation management. M2, their system hardening mitigation, M4, their fuse replacement program, and M5 PSPS, which M6 was included in that analysis. You can see here there what we've included is showing the expense for these programs and the capital costs for these programs, which is included in their RSE calculations, their actual risk score reductions, and then their risk spend efficiencies. So in hindsight, it probably would have been good to put the risk score reduction first. And I'm just thinking out loud, because basically is what the risk spend efficiency is. The risk score reduction divided by the cost and then multiplied by, I think 1,000. Is that correct, Benson? Is that essentially how you calculate the RSE?
Yeah, the risk score reduction divided by the total dollars.
Right.
And in million.
Yeah. And sorry, go ahead again. Sorry.
Oh, risk spend efficiency is per million. I think you said 1,000.
Right. It's just multiply 1,000, right, to get to these whole numbers greater than 1.
Oh yeah, given that it's in 1,000, yes, multiply by 1,000. Yes, I apologize. Yeah, you're correct.
So basically, I think that's really important. As we were going through and evaluating the ramp, it's kind of, we hear a lot in reviewing the WMPs and looking at the resolutions around the wildfire mitigation plans. There's a lot of discussion about the RC, but what is the RC? The RC is actually the risk score reduction divided by the cost of whatever that mitigation is. So that's really, an important point to note. I know that PG&E has mentioned I believe PG&E is also looking at ways to kind of address the fact that expense costs are different than capital costs. Is that right, Benson?
We notate that that's an item that can have some improvement there.
So essentially right now you're just adding the 2 for that year as if, you're not making a distinction. it's either.
We're not making a distinction. We do take the, we do discount it based on our weighted average cost of capital, depending on when the capital or expense costs, which year it is.
Okay, well, thank you for that. So I think the thing that I want to really emphasize is, you know, costs are something that GRCs are definitely, you know, used to looking at, the expense and the capital cost. I think the real new thing for us in this ramp process is to be thinking about, you know, the risk beneficiency, obviously, but really the other key factor is this risk score reduction. That's the real new thing. The RSE is the outcome of that risk score reduction divided by the cost. So this risk score reduction, and I think I've been thinking about it more again since we finalized our report. We're hopeful that the more granular analysis, again, of the tranche analysis, identifying where the risks are in a more granular way, then perhaps mitigations. You wouldn't just have one EVM mitigation. You could have something for certain tranches, and you could actually see the risk for those, perhaps even divide up the cost for those different. So you can actually see differences of risk beneficiency by area or by more granular ways. You could always bring that back up to a system-wide analysis to kind of look at your system-wide, you know, comparisons to other things outside of wildfire costs. But there's so much resources needed to address the wildfire risk that was something we were thinking about. So again, going back to the very left side of the screen, we note that PSPS and system hardening have the highest risk scores here. You can see the hardening has risk reduction scores, right? Risk reduction scores. M2 has the risk reduction score of 17,893. PSPS has the risk reduction score of 16,284. Now, because the costs, you know, are very different, you know, the risk beneficiency comes out different, but we will talk about the PSPS in particular and our concerns about that later. The PSPS cost does include the cost of programs to reduce the footprint, mainly in the M6. Actually, that arrow should be to the M6 probably. Next slide. So the controls and mitigations, kind of overall observations, I think I've kind of spoken to many of them. You know, again, PG&E RSE for the 6 non-foundational wildfire mitigations. And you'll see for cross-cutting mitigation program that really actually is pretty significant risk reduction program. Of the 7 mitigation programs, PSPS has the highest associated risk reduction score for each year between 2020 and 2026, followed then by system hardening and enhanced vegetation management. And no other wildfire mitigations were shown to have, you know, a substantial of risk reduction. We're not saying that modeling is correct. We're just kind of making observations on the model that PG&E presented. Again, you can see that what we were pointing out is in PG&E's filing, their PSPS, again, year by year, it ranges between 5,649 to 5,972 for the risk reduction year by year. The cross-cutting mitigation programs in that same analysis ranges from 189 to 920 risk reduction, and the system hardening ranges from 105 to 1394. You can see that, you know, it does go up an order of magnitude in that 7-year period, but it's still significantly less when you compare it to PSPS. And then the enhanced vegetation management is unfortunately much lower. It's only 50 to 228 between those years. Can we go to the next slide? So our observations, several of the critical wildfire controls and mitigations, again, could be disaggregated for the risk reduction and the corresponding RC analysis. This is what I was saying before. We really think that that would be much better information for decision makers and stakeholders to have more granular, so the tranches isn't just to have, granular tranches. The outcome really is to have more granular risk reduction and risk-spend efficiency data, for mitigations and controls for different areas. We really believe that would be much more informative in the GRC. The second point is that all controls and all foundational mitigations, do lack the RC modeling and the results. So it's hard for us to support, it's just hard to know which one of these are really the most effective in reducing risk. It's just very difficult. I mean, even if many of these are compliance or they're not compliance, the commission is always looking at ways to improve our own, compliance requirements. So this analysis, this purpose of the risk assessment isn't just to say what can the utility do new in the future that will reduce risk, but what should we be doing better, as a whole, or all of us together be looking at what are the ways that can be that reduce the most risk, are the most efficient, spend wise, and that's why we really do think it's important to have this data. The third point is the aggregation of the wildfire initiatives into programs just creates a challenge that ineffective elements of the programs cannot be determined. And basically, when you're combining them on a system-wide level, it's very hard to see, is it really effective in certain areas and not as effective in other areas? You just don't have a way to assess that. So future considerations of initiatives, are only analyzed collectively. And this was a deficiency found in the Wildfire Safety Division resolution, so we referenced that too. So our main, the recommendation is just that, PG&E should provide RSE calculations or estimates for their controls and the foundational mitigations, and include more individual initiatives for RSE analysis, so that we can really understand the effectiveness of specific controls and mitigations. I can take a breather for 1 second and see if anyone has any comments or questions. Okay, we can continue, or did someone want to say something?
Hey, Wendy, this is Vincent here. Just a clarifying question on the foundational, your observations on the foundational programs. In our RAMP filing, we define foundational programs as those programs that don't have a risk-reducing effect themselves, but they are needed to support multiple other mitigation programs, right? So that just by definition alone, the RSE for foundational programs is going to be 0. And I think we said that in our RAMP in Chapter 3. But so I just wanted to clarify to you that if we want an RSE for a foundational program, then it is 0. So wanted to point that out for you.
I appreciate that. I think that it would have been good to have this, to think about this and have a little discussion earlier. We didn't really have the chance. I think that one of the main points, though, is that some things seem like they could have some risk reduction benefit. Like, for example, that Sean, can you go back to the wildfire mitigation slide? One more. Thank you. Thank you. For example, the situational awareness and forecasting, there just seems like some things that perhaps PG&E could think about more, whether or not.
I think I understand your comment is basically you feel that some programs, it could be clarified a little better why they could why they're considered foundational or not. And perhaps we can kind of do a little bit more digging on our part to see if there are, in fact, risk reducing kind of benefits from these programs, in which case they wouldn't be foundational. So I think that's your point, right?
Right. I mean, and I think if Sean, can you go back to even the previous slide, the wildfire controls? There was also, just 1 second, I'm sorry. Just 1 second. Sorry, our nearby Burger Kings are closed. So my dad was on a food run for the boys. Sorry about that. So what I wanted to point out, Vincent, was like, if you look at C14, the system automation and protection, and then Sean, can you go to the next slide, the wildfire mitigations? You see M10, additional system automation and protection. I think it's really hard to understand, you know, why there's a distinction between a foundational mitigation and a control mitigation. It just seems to me that rather than be focused on, rather than PG&E kind of focusing on how to justify that there's no risk reduction, I wonder if PG&E could reconsider and whether or not there are some ways to identify risk reduction from these foundational mitigations. Does that make sense, Vincent?
Yeah, that makes sense. You know, ahead of time, yeah, I can say that, you know, we'll consider it, and then it might be the case that some of them, you know, don't, and some of them do. So yeah, point taken. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And I know we did not really have time to deliberate on this. We've spent a lot more time on tranches and PSPS and other things. So I appreciate that. And we can follow up too, hopefully. Sean, I think I have to catch myself up on the slides. I think we're further ahead. Let's see where we're at. Keep going, one more. Okay. Yeah, now we're starting on M5. So we did spend quite a bit of time in the report, for those of you who have looked at it, on the PSPS as a mitigation. Basically, it is listed as a PG&E listed it as a mitigation tool, despite that it's a tool of last resort, and the action of shutting off the electric utility service for public safety inherently has, you know, risk of its own, which PG&E acknowledged. I don't want to discredit that. PG&E did acknowledge in their risk analysis, but again, we referenced that Wildfire Safety Division basically found that using PSPS justified by RC is a compliance deficiency, and that risk-band efficiency is just not an appropriate tool to justify the use of PSPS. So we were following up on that and doing some additional analysis. We requested a scenario analysis for those of you who've been involved in this process, which I very much appreciate. I do want to say again that the scenario analysis process set up by the recent SMAP settlement agreement, we benefited quite a bit from that, staff and interveners, and we really appreciate PG&E's efforts in doing as much scenario analysis as possible before we had to finalize our report. And perhaps there'll be, you know, I know that Messy Grade is continuing on, and maybe some other scenario analysis continuing on. So we really appreciate that process. So again, we requested PG&E to do a scenario analysis where they basically remove PSPS as a mitigation in their wildfire mitigation portfolio. Next slide, Sean. So in the scenario analysis without PSPS, the top 3 system-wide wildfire mitigations in order of the highest total annual wildfire risk reduction scores came out to be cross-cutting mitigations, system hardening second, and then enhanced vegetation management. And it was quite interesting that it was, and we'll show this actually in a little bit, that to us evaluating it, removing the PSPS made it much more, it made it more possible to look at really these other mitigations and how they're really reducing risk. And that we found that analysis very important. Again, the cross-cutting mitigations between 2020 and 2022, it was 44 to 48% of the risk reduction score was due to cross-cutting mitigations. In 2023, it was 54%. The system hardening without the PSPS in the mix was 26 to 37% in the 2020 to 2022 period, and then 50% in 2023. Enhanced vegetation management was 17 to 24% in 2020 to 2022, and then 20% in 2023. We do want to note that, you know, PG&E did, we just feel like it's important to emphasize this for everyone that, to understand that PG&E does include an increase to the risk score of 25% starting in test year 2023 due to climate change forecasts, that things were actually, you know, going to be getting worse, unfortunately. The third main bullet here, we basically, the scenario analysis without the PSPS allows for refinement to evaluate these non-PSPS mitigation risk reduction benefits. I think I said this earlier, and the impacts of PG&E's assumptions related to the wildfire risk for the entire GRC cycle. The impacts and relationships between the cross-cutting mitigations, the system hardening, enhanced vegetation management, and increased climate change risk are easier to analyze basically when the PSPS is excluded than when it's included. So our recommendation is for PG&E to remove PSPS as a mitigation for the filing. Again, we are not, and we say this in the report, we are not saying that PG&E cannot use PSPS as a last resort tool. We are definitely not saying that at all. What we're saying is this kind of risk analysis, it just skews the results so much that it makes it very difficult to see where the most beneficial risks are, risk reduction mitigations, and with the highest risk beneficiencies to basically provide service, electric service, you know, and rather than comparing it to a shutoff where you're not providing the service. So we do also say that PG&E should consider alternative methodologies to analyze the PSPS in your wildfire risk analysis. We're very aware that there's been others that have been looking at PSPS as a risk driver and how that could play out in a modeling. And we definitely think that PG&E should consider other alternatives to analyzing PSPS, but we do think that it was to include it application. The next slide. So here,
Wendy, this is Jonathan Lesser. I'm just wondering if I could ask you a question quickly.
Sure. The next 3 slides are just going to emphasize the point a little more, but I don't know if you want me to go through this and then ask, or do you want to ask now?
It's on the previous slide.
Sure.
When you talk
Can we go back, Sean? Okay.
Just curious, when you talk about PG&E should consider alternative methodologies to analyze PSPS, Chuck and I did a cost benefit analysis. This was not, of course, not on behalf of TURN, but I'm just curious, what are you thinking? What kind of
analysis alternative methodologies to analyze PSPS is SPD thinking about?
We are somewhat aware of that analysis. We have not had time to do deep dives into that, the kind of analysis that you have done separately. What we were honestly thinking about more was as a risk driver. For example, we are aware that San Diego Gas and Electric is preparing, they're preparing for their RAMP filing next year. And they've presented publicly that they are looking at including wildfire risk analysis, and then in parallel, PSPS risk analysis, and then combining those and looking at that analysis line segment by line segment of their overhead power line system. And so we are aware that that's something that is going on. There's some concerns about it because what we've learned recently is that it really isn't a tool to look at all the mitigations. It's really a tool to kind of, from my very initial observations, to look at covered conductor versus undergrounding, perhaps versus, you know, a few other things that, but it wasn't looking at all the different mitigations. So we just haven't had the bandwidth to look at all of that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's fine. I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would also mention the Wildfire Safety Advisory Board and Cal Advocates has been also looking at or presenting to include PSPS as a risk. It's just something we know that needs to be looked at a lot more. But we weren't. It's just not something that we've had a chance to really delve deep into yet.
Can I ask a separate question on this, Wendy?
Sure.
I think this is just clarification. So when you say PG&E should remove PSPS as a mitigation, PSPS will still reduce risk, right, in the same amount. It just won't be viewed as one of the mitigations listed. Is that right?
Yeah, it's basically the whole risk beneficiency. You're right. I mean, there's risk reduction, but it's this risk beneficiency. Like I said, the Wildfire Safety Division identified it. It's really not appropriate because, you know, others, you and other, you know, turn consultants outside have pointed out very validly that the risk beneficiency, the way it's calculated, doesn't address the societal cost. You know, Wildfire Safety Division even said that. So
totally. No, I'm more clarifying that. I mean, what's different about PSPS is that, yes, it is used as a mitigation, but it's also its own risk. We don't see that with the other mitigations. And, you know, the point that we and others are making is that, okay, you can be seen to reduce some of the wildfire risk, but you have to look at the other side of the coin of increasing other types of risk from diesel generators blowing up or whatever, you know. So I'm not disagreeing with the point at all. I'm just more clarifying, and I think this is what you're saying, that PG&E will still assume that it's conducting PSPS, hopefully in a last resort, you know, narrow targeted fashion, and that will reduce some wildfire risk. They will just not be considering it solely, or they will not be using RSC as a justification for it. Is that a fair summary?
Right. I mean, I kind of think of it like other basic needs in life, you know, like, you know, are you gonna shut somebody's water off? And then of course, then that's gonna be very cost effective to turn somebody's water off, you know, because you're not supplying them with what they need, you know. I mean, I think it just is from an engineering perspective too. You know, PSPS is so unique because you're not providing the service anymore.
Right.
You're just not providing the service. So I think our real point is do the risk analysis so that you can comparing mitigations where you're still providing the service.
Right, and not creating all these other
yes
potentially serious risks. Yeah, and we totally agree. I was just mostly clarifying. Thank you.
Right. No, so maybe we probably could have came to that conclusion a little clearer in that. So that was the point. And also because it makes it very difficult to really see where are the most effective mitigations when that one is, 90% of your risk mitigation, and you can't really analyze where is the most effective way to make a mitigation and provide your service. Especially if you go to a granular level, more granular level.
Wendy, just to clarify on this slide, as Vincent, just to clarify on this slide, you mentioned about M5, but M6 as well, is that included as part of these observations, or what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that's probably part of the, how would you consider other ways? I know M6 is kind of unique because M6 is, you would be investing in M6 in order to do less, reducing the shutoff. So perhaps perhaps there's some way to include M6 if you're still, since you're still and showing the benefit of, I'm not sure how you would do it, but basically M6 is to help you provide service to more people than you would otherwise, correct, Vincent?
Yeah.
So
yep.
I don't know the answer. I would be.
PSPS.
What is that?
It improves our PSPS programs, right? So it impacts less people.
Right. So I think that we don't know the answer to your question. I think we'd be open to how you'd want to address M6, in the future. Does that make sense, Vincent?
And this is just me thinking out loud here, but it seems like M6 is actually mitigating the risk that PG&E didn't really quantify in the ramp, which is the risk of PSPS. So we're actually talking about this separate bucket of risk that Jonathan also brought up, which hasn't yet been quantified here, but that M6 is actually really going to reduce. So it's kind of like its own separate analysis. And this is just me thinking out loud because we haven't totally formalized that. But, the M6 is like reducing a risk that's not wildfire, but is directly related to the mitigation of PSPS.
Yeah, this is just.
I'm just going to say real quickly, I think the overall thing is we're not trying to say that, we only had a limited time and resources to do this evaluation. There's a lot more work that needs to get to go into looking at how to really model this. For what we were trying to be specific about is what we expected for the GRC filing. And so we're trying to be concrete enough and realistic enough what we think could be done for the GRC filing. But outside of that, yes, we probably in the SMAP proceeding or whatever, we need to be looking at all these things, or PS, I'm not sure. We don't want to, is that me a little more clear?
Yeah. Yeah, this is Joseph Mitchell. I'd agree with the point that Eric just brought up, that you're really trying to, you have to quantify the damage from PSPS. I think quantifying it as a risk reduction from a standpoint is a bit more straightforward. You can, PG&E has done some work with that, and I think others too. But nobody has taken any stab at quantifying risk because it's not really in their interest to quantify those risks. They don't have any motivation to figure out what the risks are. I would just point out that next week there's a SMAP workshop, and there'll be a panel, and one of the topics that's going to come up is PSPS and whether that should be handled in the framework of SMAP. And we'll, of course, be arguing that it should, and that these quantifications have to happen. It's not that PSPS isn't a valid method to address risk. It's that one side of the equation, the cost of it, has not been addressed in a proper way, and nobody really has paid a lot of attention to how to do that, and it's complex.
Yeah, I really appreciate this discussion. Again, I think that the point you're making is well taken, that it's not really the risk reduction as much that's the issue. It's the risk beneficiency that's the issue. So part of the analysis, you know, coming up with showing there is a risk reduction, you know, it may be helpful, but it's that taking it all the way to an RC that it's an apples and oranges comparison. Does that make sense?
Currently, it's an apples and oranges comparison. At some point, we have to figure out how to make it apples and apples.
I think that's a really good point. I think that, oh, go ahead.
Let me suggest something, please. That when PSPS is put in place, what happens is that the likelihood of occurrence of the risk event, which is a wildfire, decreases because of PSPS. It may even be reasonable to say that it decreases zero. But the consequences of putting PSPS in place can be described by the multi-attribute value function in the same way that the consequences of anything can be described by the multi-attribute value function. So it's not that the machinery isn't there to calculate these consequences, either before or after mitigation. It is perhaps that it hasn't been done correctly.
Yeah, I think you misunderstood what I said. I don't disagree that you could use an MAVF framework for this. You just need to have some methodology to evaluate what the consequences are, and that's what's lacking right now.
Steve Hain here. I have a question for Chuck Feinstein. Is the MAVF Joe, could you please unmute your mic? It's causing a lot of feedback. Is the MAVF methodology to calculate costs directly by the utility, or does it include costs external to utility?
That's a very interesting question. It depends on what the attributes really mean. So if the attributes are viewed as societal consequences, then the consequences of any mitigation can include all of the societal consequences. It's a matter of definition. Where do you draw the line around safety consequences? Where do you draw the line around financial consequences? Where do you draw a line around reliability consequences? I think it was intended in the selection of the attributes to describe all of the societal consequences of an event.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies the answer and the question.
This is Jonathan Lesser. Certainly, in the case of safety and equivalent fatalities in PG&E's MAVF, obviously that's not just restricted to, say, PG&E employee contractors. It includes fatalities and serious injuries to the public at large. So that's society.
So the question, the answer really depends. It depends on how the utility chooses to define the MAVF function.
This Chuck again, you can think about it that way, but That's the modeling issue. What are these attributes supposed to represent? And then everyone's supposed to agree about that. So the stakeholders, the utility, the PUC, and when you write down what the attributes are, you have to say, this is what we mean by this attribute, and this is how we're going to measure it.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I could just weigh in real quick, and I'm open to some other comments. I think that basically what this gets to is the complexity. This is so complex, and we do know this is also up to be discussed in the SMAP proceeding again. So if you look again at our recommendation, it's specific for the test year 2023 GRC filing coming up. I think we're not trying to say that we know, all the answers at this point, how to address PSPS, but we do think it should be removed for the 2023 GRC filing. I mean, we definitely are looking forward to having all these deep dives and more complex considerations in the SMAP proceeding. But what we were trying to do is not just wait, not just punt everything to until the SMAP proceeding, which we knew then would be after the GRC filing. We're trying to come up with a concrete analysis and with what we have, what we know, and just say at this point in time, it doesn't make sense to include it, even if it's your last resort tool, because it makes it difficult to do the comparisons of the mitigations that you would be requesting for authorization, cost. I mean, what's the GRC purpose? The GRC purpose is to ask for, cost authorizations. So we're trying to kind of be careful about that. We do acknowledge the M6 issue. I think, I can't remember PG&E, or maybe it's in the back. I can't remember the total cost of M6 itself. Oh, here it is. It was an expense of $500,000. Is that right? $500,000 approximately for 2023. So I think in the back of my mind, what I didn't say about M6 is, it's not an inexpensive initiative, but, compared to a system hardening of 3.4 capital costs for test year 2023 and enhanced vegetation management of 2.2 billion or these combined costs. I'm losing myself. Anyway, it's significantly lower than these other costs. And what we're trying to do here is really look at the biggest cost programs. How can we evaluate your biggest cost programs? How can we better evaluate them in the GRC? So I hope that makes some sense. And I think some of this other discussion needs to be moved to the SMAP, and hopefully people can join for that. Does that make sense? Anyone else want to say anything?
I was hoping PG&E would clarify the costs of PSPS. I actually think it's more costly than you would think, and we tend to think of PSPS as like a zero cost thing, but they do include. I can't remember what they put in RAMP, but I've seen in some of their memorandum account stuff that some pretty significant costs. And the interesting thing that comes up that as you're talking, I realize is that if we don't quantify the benefit of reducing the scope of PSPS, then there's no analytical framework for evaluating those M6 costs, at least not in a risk, at least there's no risk framework for doing that. So that's yet another reason to make sure that we're quantifying this stuff. And I'm not, I don't want to get into whether it's SMAP or the next filing. I think it's a very good point that, look, if you're right that it's $500,000, like you're probably right. We don't need to too much, but it's probably more significant cost than we think. And if that information isn't included in terms of how much limit of risk does M6 do, then it would be harder to evaluate in the GRC.
Yeah, just to clarify.
Actually, Vincent, let's go back to that slide. Sean, do you mind going back to slide? It's called wildfire mitigations, and it has expense and capital while we're talking about it. Can you go back, Sean, to that slide? Yes, that one. We'll back one. Up. Yes. Thank you, Sean. Okay, go ahead, Vincent. This is the one I was referring to. It actually, you're right. Eric, I was actually talking about M6. I wasn't speaking to the M5 cost, but go ahead, Vincent. Do you want to clarify?
No, I was gonna clarify. It was 522 million for the M6.
Yeah, so that's a chunk of change, right?
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, did I say 1,000? Sorry about that. So, and Vincent, these are numbers for test year 2023 only. They're not, I think that's a title, I think that's not right. I think it's just, these are test year 2023 numbers, or is this, can you clarify and remind me, Vincent?
I think it's for all. I'm looking at.
Okay, it's a combined,
Yep.
We've had
23 to 26.
Okay, so that's the combined cost for the 4 years for EVM, 2.2 billion expense, for system hardening, 3.4 billion for capital, fuse replacement, 25 million capital costs, PSPS, 763 million for expense, and then M6 PSPS impact reduction, 522 million. Is that correct, Vincent?
Yeah.
This is Chris. I just wanted to add on or tag on to, I think, what Turn and MGRA were mentioning. And so I think that the focus of this topic has been on the RSC, which makes a lot of sense. That RSC should not be used in the case of PSPS for figuring out mitigation programs, which makes a lot of sense. And I think it was also mentioned that that's what WSAB does, and that's an important point that I think is being made. And I think in terms of M6 here as being an impact reduction for PSPS, and then that kind of is in the vein of PSPS being evaluated as a risk. And I recall that PSPS as a risk reduction was a very significant risk reduction that M6 was doing, because to mitigate the impacts of PSPS. And if we were to take those numbers out of here and put them in their own risk, then when in the first slide, or one of the first slides that was in the workshop today, wildfire overwhelmed all the other risks, all the other top risks in the ramp. However, PSPS, if it were a risk, I think would if I understand the numbers correctly, it would be prominently number 2 on that chart. And so if PSPS were a risk, then it would get this analysis. And then these mitigation programs, it's $500 million of mitigation programs listed on this slide, would then be analyzed as part of the ramp. I think there would be a lot of value for folks. And in the vein of PSPS, if it's a risk that is, on the order of number 2, I think that this is an opportunity for it to come forward, because the rate case and the SMAP are kind of on their own changes in the rate case and changes in the SMAP are going to be a lot longer term type of a thing. So to the extent that this can get attention in this ramp proceeding, I think PG&E will just be all the more ahead of the game when it comes to its general rate case plans that it's going to then implement over the next number of years up to 2026. So I just wanted to chime in on that, but I understand that this focus, I think, has been really to focus on RSC, that as a RSC configuration or calculation, PSPS is not really suitable, and I understand that.
Okay, and this is just one thing to add to that. This is Joseph Mitchell again. When PG&E included reliability in its MAVF calculation, it effectively did a cost-benefit analysis. There's not really a lot of foundation to that cost-benefit analysis, but if you actually run out the numbers and see what they say, then, for instance, in 2019, the fall of 2019, looking at the impacts, PG&E estimated that it would have had an implied wildfire loss of about $10 billion had it not done SPS. And if you link its weightings for reliability versus financial, it was calculating that PSPS cost about $6 billion. So what Chris said about it being a close number 2 is important. Now, do these numbers have any basis in reality? I don't know. I mean, I think that's what needs to be looked at. There's kind of, I think, not a lot of numbers pulled out of the air here. But that's where I think some of these numbers that PG&E is using in these risk analyses and RSE calculations are coming from. But I don't think, they're including the reliability factor already. They're not including a lot of the other things that we have raised. But how much of that is overlap? It's nobody aside from PG&E has really looked into this closely, and I think that's what needs to be done.
Oh, I really appreciate this discussion, and what I will say is that it reminds me why it's so hard to finish this kind of report, to be honest. And I'll say that for my management's ears too. I mean, it's very hard to just kind of come up with a final, okay, this is SPD's, determination. And I feel I'm very hopeful that interveners, that these thoughts that you're sharing, will come through in your comments and your in reply comments. And then I know I'm very hopeful too that, the judge is allowed for perhaps some additional workshops. I do think there's some things that we need to continue working on. And it's something that I don't want, what I really hope not, what I hope will not happen is we all wait until and just see what PG&E files on June 30th. I don't think it's going to benefit PG&E. I don't think that's going to benefit anyone. I think we need to somehow continue this, and that process is not clear to me, but I am very open to it. And I would say, Joseph, I appreciate your thoughts about that, because I've been to training. I've been working at the commission almost 2 decades, and I've been to training with other utilities engineers outside of the commission. And it took me some time to understand why didn't we do cost benefit analysis? I mean, I think it's something before my time that happened with the whole energy efficiency programs or whatever. But I do think that there was some good analysis that PG&E did, that is buried in this PSPS, and that we need to somehow not lose, is my point. And I'm sorry that I didn't really, I think I talk about it, but I'm not sure that it was clear in the report itself. So I do hope that PG&E and others, we can continue the conversation and for the benefit of the GRC. And then outside of the GRC in the SMAP.
Hey, Wendy, I want to do a time check. It looks like you have 22 slides left before 2:45. I want to ask the participants in this workshop, is it going to be a problem for you if we go beyond 4 o'clock to, let's say, 4 up to even 5 o'clock? Would it be a problem for you to have this workshop?
Actually, let me just say, I don't think it's as much as it looks, Stephen. I think that I'm looking at it. There's 3 slides we can breeze through very quickly. We're not too far away done from the wildfire, and those 22 slides includes half of them are for the chapter 11. That shouldn't take too long. So I still think I can meet the 2. I think you had wanted me to be done by 2:45. I think I can still meet that.
Yeah, we still have a break. We still need to have a 10-minute break.
A break.
Yeah.
I can go forward and at least try to be done with the wildfire by 2:30. How is that?
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Okay, I am trying to be cognizant of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't want you to cut off your conversations because those are meaningful, very meaningful discussions. So if we need to, we can extend the workshop all the way to 5 o'clock. But I just want to have a sense of other participants' feelings on extending the time to 5 o'clock. So if we need to.
So, you know, Stephen, instead of that, I would actually prefer we start thinking about what could we do as a process, you know, to work with, you know, I mean, to support, you know, I don't know, what can we do to kind of continue this on after? I don't think a discussion until 5 is going to be as beneficial as what are we going to do after this, you know, I don't know if we want to wait for interviewers' comments and things like that.
Let's confine consideration to this workshop. That's a discussion.
Okay, well, that's my optimistic view of what I really hope we can do in the future. So, let's move on. Sean, let's see if we can figure out. I think we're on a slide that has figure 10.1 on it, and it really was, yeah. There we go. Oh, back. One more. There we go. And this, thank you, Sean. Thank you. This is really pulling out the slides I had in the report. This really makes the same points. It just is figure 10.1 and figure 10. Figure 10.1 came from PG&E's ramp, and this was what they called their waterfall slide, waterfall table. And this was the one that really, I don't know if you can blow it up, or I'll blow it up on my end. You might want to blow it up on your end so you can see. This is where it really struck me that if you see in the baseline of, you see the baseline 2020 baseline, the risk score, you know, 27,000, and then the risk reduction in 2020 is mainly due to PSPS. If you look down below at M5, and that's where that approximately 6,000 risk reduction, and it's not just in 2020. What PG&E explained when they were explaining this waterfall is basically that continues and you know, may increase a bit year by year by year. But when you're comparing these other, you know, the system hardening, the other mitigations to it, it's kind of hard to see where is much of the risk reduction when you're doing that. That's why it became a concern to us. And what I will also say is, I apologize, but I will be honest and say that I tend to focus a lot on capital projects, because it's just what engineers, you know, a lot of us engineers, you know, or many of us, you know, focus on the capital. They're very expensive projects. So a lot of times I am comparing a lot of things to the system hardening, because that was the main capital project. You can go to the next slide, Sean. And then you see here, this is basically from the scenario analysis where we asked them to remove the PSPS. And what was surprising, what I would say about this is, what was surprising, I remember when we asked for it, actually Tom's not on the call, but Tom Long from Turn had said, well, won't that just be a simple subtraction of risk reduction scores? And it actually ended up to be more complex than that. And so you can see that it does change the scores if you're comparing these scores to the ones before, you know, without the wildfire, without the PSPS, the risk reduction scores kind of change. And then that's when you can kind of really see more. And this was when could really see how important the cross-cutting mitigation programs are. Because it really it's very striking here that, especially, you know, in the beginning years, it's the most important risk reduction score. So it makes us, you know, want to evaluate those cross-cutting mitigation programs even more. You can go to the next one. I'm trying to be prompt.
I don't want to slow you up, but could you say briefly why it wasn't the simple subtraction that Tom thought that totally makes sense to me?
PG&E, do you want to weigh in on that? I will be honest, Eric, I took what they presented and, you know, evaluated.
Yeah. Okay, we can follow up on that. But thank you for flagging that.
So I don't have an answer for you. I don't have an answer. Yeah. So PG&E, if you want to speak up, you can now, or if not. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's mainly due to allocation that each program was considered as a portfolio. So removing one program from the portfolio programs will net you different results.
But you're still assuming that PSPS reduces risk, right?
I believe in the scenario analysis, it was completely removed.
Okay, that's why I asked my clarifying question earlier. So that's a big difference, and I think, or that's at least a distinction that we need to be aware of, is that I don't think Wendy's saying PSPS will never occur. I think she's saying it can't, she's just saying it can't be justified by RSE. And so anyway, we can follow up on that, but that's an important distinction.
Yeah, and it's not, you can see, Eric, I guess, and Benson, the total annual risk reduction was significantly reduced without PSPS. See, this comparison has both in there. This has, the top one is with the PSPS, and you can look at the total annual risk reduction is between 6,000 and then 7,800 in 2026. And then without PSPS, it's only in 2020, the risk reduction is only 833 all the way up to 4,800. So they did remove it from the risk reduction, and I think we weren't trying to say that you wouldn't use it at all, and we weren't trying to say that it wouldn't be counted on, but we're trying to analyze mitigations that could, and other mitigations. We're going to talk about REFCL and other, want them to consider other mitigations that, where hopefully they can be providing the service and not shutting off, sooner rather than later. And I think to do those comparisons, it was just, I think our analysis, our evaluation was that it's hard to do with PSPS in there even. It's not that it couldn't be added on later to show, okay, yes, we still are relying it for this much risk reduction, but it's to compare these mitigations, the ones outside of PSPS. Does that make sense, Eric?
Totally. Yeah, no, and I do think this is helpful on its own, but also doesn't reflect like the reality that they'll still be doing PSPS. So we just have to be aware of that, but totally.
And again, I'm going to acknowledge how complex this is. That's why finishing this report and getting it done was not easy, because, there's still a lot more to be considered and stuff. Sean, you can go on, I think. So the next slide, I'm trying to be conscious of time. The next slide is about our observations about system hardening in particular. Some of these were made initially in July and are, basically just continue forward, that we don't want to lose these observations, that we just felt that, undergrounding and cover conductor are two very, very different mitigations, two different kinds of costs, and they should be having different risk efficiencies. And so, they need to be separated out, and not just have one system hardening, kind of mitigation. Other programs, may or may not be related to one of these. So, but some of them, seems like they could be also separate mitigations. So that's our main point. I think the thing not to forget is that what we really want is, we want more granular mitigations too. So this is, please don't forget that main point with more granular tranching. We believe that it'll be a lot more informative for decision makers and stakeholders to have more, mitigations that are targeted mitigations, and we can really see risk efficiencies for those. So that's what we're trying to get PG&E to move forward to by the GRC filing. You can go to the next slide. So the cross-cutting mitigation programs, again, by pulling PSPS out, we could really see how critical how critical it was that PG&E is relying on these cross-cutting mitigation programs. the largest reduction in risk came from the Emergency Operations Center enhancements. 75% of the risk reduction was from that. So, you know, we really want to say, wow, if we're relying on that's important. And we want to, and we note that the second largest reduction in risk was the mutual aid enhancement, 20% of that. It's unclear to us why these mitigation benefits aren't higher earlier on. It's really hard for us to understand in 2020 and 2021, why aren't we, you know, having more risk reduction benefits from some of these cross-cutting mitigation programs. And I think that I'm not sure the last finding. I'm not sure this last finding. I can't remember how the reference I made to it in the report about the REFCL. But basically, we want to. We'll talk about the REFCL later. The main recommendation is basically that PG&E should reassess how these cross-cutting mitigations will reduce risk year by year. And especially if they're not large capital programs, which is what our understanding was, that, you know, a lot of capital programs as an engineer, you understand that it just takes time for them to come to fruition and for the benefits to come to fruition. It just, but for some of these expense programs, it was hard for us to understand, well, wait a minute, why can't you have more benefits sooner? So that was the thing that we really wanted PG&E to look at. Sean, can you go to the next slide? Another observation that we included in here, because we just became aware about it, is that there are filings in for FERC transmission filings. And there, what we became aware of is that there's this stakeholder transmission asset review process, a STAR process, and they actually identify project by project, and they justify things as a wildfire project or a non, you know, or not. There's many projects that are justified to FERC as wildfire projects, and some of them were actually in non-high fire threat areas. So we just say, hey, this is information that we became aware of that, you know, PG&E should consider when you're looking at your FERC, at your transmission mitigations. You know, we just want to see more information about what you put in your FERC proceedings and how that matches up to the risk reductions that you're talking about in the GRC filing. We understand that there's a separate, you know, authorization process, rate case process, but we want to make sure that you're kind of doing the analysis. You are doing the MAVF analysis to include transmission, and we want to make sure, well, why would non-high fire threat district projects come out to be projects that you'd be going forward with, you know, asking for authorization at FERC as to address wildfire risk when it didn't look like that, you know, made sense in the initial tranche analysis. So that's why we brought that up. Sorry, I'm getting a little tired. I think my, okay, you can keep going, Sean. Yeah, the wildfire alternatives analysis, we did not look, you know, very heavily because there's so many other things that we looked at. But basically, you know, one of the alternatives was, you know, not replacing existing base focusing on system modifications to reduce the potential for outages that could result in initiatives. Another alternative was a package of system modification that falls somewhere in between system hardening and A3. So we were aware of your alternatives. You can go to the next slide. We really felt that you could do a lot better, a lot better with alternatives. So one of, for those who were not involved in the scenario analysis process, SPD also asked for a scenario analysis of the rapid earth fault current limiter technology. Just to let people know, this is something that is being implemented in the state of Victoria in Australia, and it's very successful in it's being implemented very successfully in the state of Victoria to mitigate wildfire risk particularly for certain types of faults, mostly single line to ground faults, but those single line to ground faults are very common, source of faults. So PG&E, we did know in the last year that PG&E and other California utilities have been doing pilots and looking into REFCL, and we did get information from PG&E. We really appreciate this, that they are a little bit behind, but hopefully I think by March they will have the final results for a REFCL. I think it's 2 circuits out in Calistoga that they have installed, and so far it's looking very promising. So what we asked PG&E to do was, based on that, the knowledge that they had, the cost, the $12 million cost for that installation, and what they knew, could they calculate an RSC score so we could compare it to other mitigations. So that's where this RSC of 126, which is significant because it's 10 times an order of magnitude higher than any other risk mitigation, including PSPS. So it's something that we talk a lot about. I mean, we talk about in the report. We want PG&E to really look at this, because particularly what we found is the installation of this technology, the REFCL technology, is comparatively much easier than, for example, cover conductor or undergrounding. The main part of the equipment installation occurs at the substation. So that's a big difference than having to go out and, replace your power lines. PG&E reported that their 160 circuit miles in the Calistoga high fire threat area will be operational, hopefully again by March. The cost is $12 million. The risk reduction score was estimated to be 1,500. These were estimates, but I think they were, pretty sound estimates from what we understood. The estimated mitigation effectiveness for line to ground faults was 92%. The estimated mitigation effectiveness for all their ignition risk was 58%, meaning, not every fault, is it going to detect, but what was very informative is that we asked PG&E about how many circuit miles could, if this, pans out, which, I think everyone is expecting it to do so in the spring of this year, their pilot project, how much of their circuit miles are ripe for this kind of mitigation. And PG&E said 5,700 circuit miles in tier 3 and 16,000 circuit miles in tier 2 could potentially be mitigated with the REFCL technology. So we just felt that this is something that is so important. The mitigation effectiveness, is so high, and especially the risk beneficiency, the cost is low compared to the benefits, that we just really wanted PG&E to consider this. Other technologies, we're not saying this is the only thing. We know there's other, early fault detection technologies, other proposed alternatives, but we really want PG&E to be looking at a lot more mitigations, alternatives for the 2023 to 2026 time period. We just feel like if it's a resource issue, if it's things that, hey, if you can get the highest attention, that this is such an important mitigation, do that. If it's something that's really going to be a huge benefit for and could be implemented in this next GRC cycle, not just REFCL, but other kinds of alternatives, we really want PG&E to be looking at those. Does anyone have any questions on this? Okay, Sean, do you want to go to the next slide? I'm kind of lost my place in. Oh, then that's it. That is the last slide. Okay, so this is the last one for the wildfire. And so Steve, let me take a pause and see if anyone has any questions at this point for this is the end of the wildfires focused part of the evaluation. Steve, would you?
Yeah.
I'm thinking I wouldn't mind a 5-minute break before the chapter 11, unless you really want me to plow through and try to finish that in 10 or 15 minutes.
You've been talking nonstop. If you want to go another half hour, or do you want have Fred go first with his chapters 7, 8, and 9, and then you continue after he's done?
I really think that I only need about 15, 20 minutes for chapter 11. I don't think it will take a half hour.
Okay.
So
you've been talking. I mean, I'm just concerned about your
I just need
a chance to rest.
Yeah, I just need a few minutes. So either way is fine. I'm fine either way.
Yeah, why don't we let you take a break and have Fred continue. Let's take a 10-minute break now and have Fred continue with the presentation from chapter 7, 8, and 9. He probably would need 40 minutes, and then you can take as much time as you need afterwards on chapter 11.
I'd be very surprised if it takes 40 minutes, but
yeah,
I'll have fun. Okay.
Okay. All right. Let's have a 10-minute break and come back at the 2:25.
Thank you.
Hey, Fred.
No, I'm good.
Hey, I just got an email from Joe Mitchell of MGRA.
Yes.
He wanted to take a few minutes to talk about procedural steps to see how PG&E can incorporate those changes into the GRC before filing the GRC. So is it okay with you just take like a few minutes?
Yeah, no, sure, I'll wait. Okay. Sure.
Hey, Joe. Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead and make your suggestion.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to suggest that we go. Well, was Wendy going to go for and finish up chapter 11, or is Fred going to?
No, I think Fred is gonna finish his 7, 8, and 9 first, and then Wendy will jump back in.
Okay, fine. All right. Yeah. So I was wondering. We did these supplemental analyses, or we asked alternative scenarios, and there was an error in PG&E's error in analysis of the MGRA request, which was for winds, and they've corrected that now. That's now been distributed to everybody, and also we did an alternative analysis on top of that. And so none of that was provided. Yes.
Actually, we want to make sure that the other parties are back from the break before we talk about this.
Okay.
Let's see. It's Eric Borden and Ken Arnold, PG&E. Are you folks back from the break yet?
Steve, this is Ken. I believe we are back, yes. Okay,
what about is Turn back from the break yet?
Who's Chuck? I'm here.
Okay. Is Eric Borden back? Eric? Let's wait for, okay, Eric. Is Eric back from the break? Well, let's wait, give him another minute. Chris Parks, is Chris back from the break?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. We're just waiting for Eric Borden. What the Theta and SAS?
Beta says he's still here in the chat.
Okay, all right. So we're just waiting for Eric Borden. Okay, why don't we go ahead, Joe?
Okay. All right.
Chuck, you can relay the message to Eric when he comes back.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So basically, PG&E had to issue an errata on its alternative analysis for that they did at MGRA's request. It's got a correction in it. At the same time, I did an alternative analysis using a different methodology and wrote that up briefly, and I sent it out to everybody yesterday. Now, none of these were received by SPD in time for the report, of course. So ideally, we would like to have parties have the opportunity to comment on those in their January comments. and then have PG&E have the opportunity to incorporate those in the GRC. So I was just wondering what sort of procedural mechanisms we might be able to put into place to get that arranged, whether this would have to maybe be a motion to the ALJ or whether something less formal could work. Do you have any ideas on that, Stephen? Or anybody else?
Steve, you were muted.
Yeah, I've just unmuted. Thanks. Let's see. The opening comments due on what? Let me see the date.
Is it January 15th, Steve?
Okay, January 15th. And so your concern, Joe, is that the party will not have sufficient time before January 15th to incorporate those into.
Yeah, well, that part can. It's just that right now the instructions are for people to offer comment on the PG ramp and on the SPD report. Both of the documents, the corrected version of PG&E's analysis and MGRA's alternative analysis, aren't part of that. So the question is, how do we get those in scope for people to be able to comment on them?
I would say the best procedural step would be for parties such as you to make a written request to the judge through email and then ask the judge to respond.
All right.
Wait, so Steve, those, I mean, they're in scope because, this was a part of the discovery process. This seems something like it should be captured within the comment phase itself. I mean, certainly MGA, we appreciate you looking at the scenario analyses. We've made updates. That's out there. It's part of the process. Certainly can be incorporated in your comments, and then all parties have an opportunity to see those comments and reply at the end of January, which is, just a fundamental part of this process. So I think this all fits into the procedure here, Steve.
Okay, I personally have no objection if parties incorporate those into the opening comments. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, the question is whether we can get them into opening comments, Ken, because that gives people over a month to look at them and cogitate. Whereas if they go in our comments, then they only have a couple weeks to work on it. So.
Joseph, I don't think we'd have any issue with them being a part of opening comments. I mean, it's certainly part of the transparent process that we're interested in.
Okay, I'll follow Steve's suggestion and just send an email to the ALJ, and then and I didn't think that PG&E would have a problem with that because it is part of the discovery process, so it shouldn't be a big surprise to people.
And I'm sure the judge will respond, and I'm sure the judge will respond very expeditiously, and so it shouldn't cause any delay.
Okay, thank you, Steve. That was my only question.
Okay, so with that, let's let Fred do his presentation, starting with Chapter 7. That's on page, I forgot what page it is on. It's after Chapter 11.
Well, while we're waiting for the slides to come up, I'll just introduce myself. I'm Fred Haynes. I think I've met quite a few of you over the years.
Slide 63. It's on slide 63.
I've been in the risk group for about 3 years, and as far as I know, I've worked on every ramp that had a gas risk in it. So I am the principal gas risk analyst in RASA and Safety Policy Division. And I went for a very condensed approach on my slides, unlike Wendy's. But my intention was to speak to these slides as needed and just cut to what I felt were the most significant findings and my recommendations. I would mention that these three gas risk chapters, as shown at the beginning of the day, have much lower total risk scores, MAVF risk scores, than quite a few of the other risks. So overall, that doesn't come as a surprise, especially in the case of gas transmission. For example, PG&E has had to spend considerable resources since San Bruno in improving the safety of their gas transmission. The Pipeline Safety Enhancement Program being sort of the chief driver there. And then I would just say in introduction of Chapter 7, this is talking about the loss of containment on the gas transmission system, meaning that the pipe fails to contain the gas for usually reasons of a leak or a rupture. And so we'll plunge into that. And my analysis, which is fully written up in the report, finds that PG&E followed the expected format for a risk chapter. They produced a bow tie. They detailed their risk drivers on the left side, explained what those were. They identified categories for the consequences or outcomes, displayed those to the right of the bow tie, determined a risk score, identified tranches, and basically followed the expected outline. The things that I find most significant here is some of the other risk chapters, I couldn't tell if PG&E had made the adjustment to their baseline frequencies to what they expect it will be in 2023. And it was mentioned somewhere and I just failed to find it. I apologize to PG&E. But I'm requesting that there be some clarification. I dug into the work papers and it didn't jump out to me even there that there had been some adjustment between the historical data they used to find the baseline frequency and what they expected that would change to as a result of going controls and mitigations, that what it would be at the beginning of 2023. Now, in practical terms, I don't expect it would be that significant of a change because this baseline frequency for Chapter 7 is already quite low. But just to be in line and to be rigorously correct with all of the other analysis, we should confirm the baseline frequency does accurately reflect 2023 conditions. The biggest takeaway, I think, overall in this chapter is that we have very, very low RSEs, especially compared to some of the RSEs that we see with the wildfire chapter, even compared to the one example of a control RSE that was provided. The RSEs are very low compared to those, and the cost to go forward with the proposed mitigations are very, very high, in the billions of dollars. So, you know, maybe that is justified. It's not my part to say whether it's right or wrong, but I feel I need to identify it so that parties considering these investments in the rate case will be fully prepared to discuss the merits of these proposed mitigations at these RSE levels. And then one particular detail I thought very interesting, that one of the proposed alternative mitigations is talking about reducing the risk of third-party dig-ins to transmission pipelines, which are actually the one, I think, highest frequency of all the drivers on Bowtie. I think I recall the frequency is like 1 in 3 years, or 0.33 frequency. And they considered an alternative where they would go out to the backhoe and other excavation equipment operators and actually install devices on the excavation equipment that would send a message or an alarm into PG&E, would be into gas control, informing PG&E if any of these equipped backhoe devices were coming close to a transmission pipeline, which would then allow PG&E to respond with a field representative going out to the excavation site and discussing that situation with the excavation operators. And PG&E listed out a lot of very practical reasons why that would be difficult to implement. And I definitely appreciate all of those. I think this is a really interesting idea, but that would be difficult to get everybody to agree to have a device mounted on their backhoe and to make sure that all of the operators of them had been identified. And anyway, I talk about that at length in the report, but I also mentioned that if such a plan is put through, why couldn't these electronic devices that are communicating to PG&E remotely have some way of alerting that backhoe operator while sitting on his machine that, hey, you're in danger of digging into a pipeline. Please wait for PG&E to come out and actually show you where the pipeline is before you start. And that I think would improve the effectiveness of this if that alternative is actually gone forward with. That's just that's my contribution to this idea. So those are my key points I made on Chapter 7. Because my presentation is so brief and perhaps I skipped over things he wants to ask about, I'd certainly be happy to take questions on Chapter 7 at this point. Okay, with the stunned silence, I will jam forward. Let's move to the next slide, please. Here we have a very similar situation in Chapter 8. It's loss of containment now on the gas distribution system rather than transmission. And again, I think the general flow and logic of the chapter is fine, and the choice of risk drivers are rational, realistic. It's a good overanalysis, I feel, overall. But I did notice, looking at, for instance, on the exposure side, PG&E adds up, they look at the number of gas risers as being an indicator of the exposure in the gas distribution system. And when I looked to their work papers, and I also looked at the PG&E website talking about the number of customers, it seemed to me there was a big difference between the number they used for number of gas risers, something like 4 million, and the number of customers is also in the ballpark, but these two numbers were quite a bit different. I don't recall the exact difference. It might have been like a 500,000 difference. So I felt that was a mystery that really should be explained, at least by the time we get to the final GRC, that difference has been accounted for, and maybe I just misunderstood the relationship of gas riser count. But in my mind, it seems like every customer should have a riser. And I may be wrong, and I'd like PG&E to tell us what the reason is. So again, in this chapter, the risk spend efficiency figures are quite low, and the costs are very high in the billions of dollars. So I believe that just invites parties in the rate case to very deeply examine if these are the right investments to make for safety, and or of course we also are interested in supporting reliability and financial impacts with our utility. But I think these are key issues that should be examined. Then in terms of tranching, PG&E made some good choices overall for tranching in very large chunks of the distribution system. I certainly can't argue that those are very logical, good groupings, but as in many of the other chapters, I feel there are more detailed tranches that could be broken out to give a better look at where the risk might be coming from and allowing a better risk assessment to be made of those higher risk portions within what are now pretty broad tranches. For example, PG&E actually identifies in their mitigations that some of their distribution pipeline that is based on vintage plastic materials has been singled out for a pretty significant mitigation. So why shouldn't that be separated out as its own tranche? It just seems like it makes sense to me that that would be a place to go. And along those lines, I made some other suggestions in my written chapter, and that should not be thought to be the exclusion of all possible tranching. It just is a place to begin thinking about some tranching that PG&E, I hope, will consider and come forward with. So that's a brief overview on Chapter 8. I'll pause again. Anybody wants to jump in? And I don't see any major interruptions, so I will go forward to Chapter 9. So Chapter 9 is a little different from the other two gas chapters. It focuses in on the issue of pressure control in both distribution and transmission systems. And pressure control is typically provided by what they call a measurement and control station, which is a facility that has devices for controlling pressure, and it's done in a variety of ways throughout the PG&E system with different kinds of devices. And all of their presentation is basically very good and clear and follows the format, and their choice of risk drivers and outcomes is quite logical, and the results make sense to me. Really, a small question I had is when they talk about a mitigation, the mitigation M4, which is to install additional overprotection devices beyond what's already there at these control stations. When they talked about this mitigation and other possible alternative mitigations, it just wasn't clear to me that all of the situations were covered. They talk about a certain class of M&C stations that are not eligible to use the slam shut device as a solution. But it wasn't clear to me what they would do instead for those. And perhaps I just didn't read their description well enough, but at the end of the day, I had a question that it didn't seem that situation clearly covered. So I'd like that to be explained. And I would just alert PG&E to my write-up on Chapter 9, where I discuss this in a little more detail, and hopefully they can understand my question that can be responded to there.
And Fred, not to interrupt, I think a couple of our gas representatives have had an issue trying to speak up. So I think we will address your questions at the end of your presentation.
Okay, great.
One quick note to IT, and I apologize, Fred, if Thomas Bowtie, if we can somehow get him on the panelist list, that would be, I think, helpful to this conversation and answering Fred's questions.
Okay, great.
Ken, what's the name again? Thomas Bowtie, you said?
Yes, sir.
Is he on yet?
Yeah, I did see him down in the attendee list, but I think there was kind of an issue bringing him up.
Okay, so there's some technical issue that prevents him from being given panelist status. Is that the problem?
Yeah, it seems like it. I'm not sure if that's too many panelists or what the issue is, but maybe I'll ask Thomas to reconnect and see if that works. So we would like to bring him up if possible.
This is Sean with IT support. Yeah, if you guys could tell Thomas to maybe re-log in again, and I can try to move him up to a panelist again.
Yep, we'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll move on to this other point while we're waiting. We did take a look at the way that the tranching has been done here, and it seems that the focus is on loss of pressure control. If you do have an overpressure event, now you've got something that could drive loss of containment downstream. And when we looked at our tranching in the loss of containment chapters, there was grouping by different kinds of situations of higher pressure pipeline in highly populated areas versus pipelines operating at like a lower percentage of yield strength. And it seemed that kind of thing would also apply in the case of once you have an overpressure condition that could have a loss of containment, that the loss of containment then becomes something that should be tranched to the same level that it is in those loss of containment chapters. So that's my suggestion that that could be looked at. Also, if you're going to bring on a gentleman that wants to talk about that mitigation, I think I want to bring up my actual write-up so I have it in front of me. That'll help remind me what it was I was talking about there.
Hi, this is Frances Yee from PG&E. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, hi.
Oh, okay. Hi. I also represent gas, and so I can, if we cannot get Thomas Bowtie on as panelist, I see that I have been promoted. I am in our gas operations organization, and I have supported the RAMP report. So I can speak to some of your questions, Fred. If we go back one slide to Chapter 8, the loss of containment on the distribution mains and services. You had a question on the number of gas risers versus customers. And so for PG&E, it is not a one-to-one correlation, not a one-to-one in regards to a riser equals one customer. We could have one riser feeding multiple meter sets. So think about like an apartment building. There would be one riser that would support multiple meter sets. And so that explains the difference in the number between number of meters versus number of customers.
Perfect. Yeah, I just hadn't thought of that, but that makes perfect sense. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and then and some of your other comments and feedback we appreciate. We are planning to address in our comments as well as in our upcoming GRC. For example, on this same risk, you had an observation, a recommendation around being able to, excuse me, being able to provide more granularity in our tranches for our plastic pipe as well as steel pipe in regards to the different vintage, and we are planning to do that. So you will definitely see that granularity in the in our GRC showing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any other questions that I can address for you right now?
I have one more. This is Yumi from PG&E. I had one more comment before maybe addressing other questions. In Chapter 7, could you go one slide back to Chapter 7? Thank you. So second bullet point about not clear whether the baseline frequency was adjusted to 2023. They were adjusted just like any other chapters, and it is described in the introduction section of each risk Bowtie. So in this particular risk, in the RAMP report 7-2 page, explains that 2020 baseline risk score is about 308, and then it's reduced in 2023 test year baseline, and then further by 2026. So the way that it's been addressed to adjust the baseline risk score for 2020 into 2023 is by modeling the mitigations implemented in 2020 through 2022 using the same methodology that we apply for the other mitigations by applying the effectiveness and the scope of the mitigation.
Okay, thanks very much, and I apologize for missing that. I will for sure go back and reread your chapter, and thanks for coming back with that.
Yeah, just on the slide with Chapter 7, your last comment about our risk alternative for the adding the GPS devices, we are considering the alert notification that is part of our program. I don't have the details, but I understand there is a pilot that is in the works. And so we, again, thank you. You're very astute to the similar thoughts that we had around this new technology. And so we are looking into a pilot for the alert to the operator, the excavation equipment operator, as part of the pilot. So I believe there is some forecast in our upcoming GRC for this program. And again, you should expect to see some additional details on this.
Great. Okay. Sounds good.
Are there any other questions for Fred Haynes? Okay, looks like we're done with your presentation, Fred. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, let's go back to Wendy's chapter 11. That's on page 52 of the presentation slide deck. Oh, 52. Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. Thank you, Sean and Steve. Thank you, Fred, for stepping up and giving me my voice a break. Who would have known that I can get tired of talking? Anyway, I apologize. I tried to get the kids to the park. It was unsuccessful. They are in the backyard, so outside, but coming in and out a bit. So, first, before I go over Chapter 11, our evaluation of Chapter 11, the electric distribution overhead assets, I want to acknowledge the really hard work of a colleague of ours, Arnold Sun. He really did a fantastic job helping us out on this whole report, and particularly in this chapter. I was heavily focused on the wildfire risk, and so we did work together on this, and you know, I'm very comfortable presenting this. That some of the findings, you know, he did, he came up with himself, and I was quite intrigued. And if I had the time, I probably would have pulled some more into the Chapter 10 findings, particularly when we see the risk score per circuit mile analysis. So I just want to point that out. And then there is some overlap with these two chapters, so we were definitely trying to coordinate them as best we could. So again, this is focused on the electric distribution overhead assets. We're going to cover the findings and recommendations, mainly to do with tranches, risk drivers, mitigations, and the risk description. So Sean, you want to head to the next slide? So some of the main findings are basically that the tranches, again, are not granular enough. These tranches, it's for the whole distribution, so I think it's more than 80,000 circuit miles. And there were 5 tranches for those 80,000 circuit miles. So we really want to emphasize to PG&E that we expect by the GRC filing to do a lot more granular tranche analysis, not just for the wildfire, but also for the electric distribution overhead risk. Particularly the poor performance tranche. It is you'll see later, it's a very significant tranche that had, higher risk, and it's just so big, it's hard to really understand where the risks are in that, in those poor reliability circuits. So basically the poor reliability performance tranche, it's somewhat misleading because, again, it has, it's just due to its size. It has the most vulnerable circuit miles, and it's a total of 41% of the total miles. It has the highest total risk score, and let me clarify, the total risk score is the same as the multi-attribute risk score, the MARS score. And it has the highest one among all these 5 tranches in this wildfire risk. And then again, when it's evaluated as risk score per circuit mile, with the multiplying factor kind of similar to RSE, the tranche actually ranks second, not first. And as far as vulnerability, after the ACSR, I'm blanking out again, I know, aluminum covered, steel reinforced, I think, in corrosion zones by nearly 3 points. So we can go to the next slide, and I'm gonna close the door here. Again, this just shows that the poor reliability tranche is 41% of the total circuit miles. You can see it's 33,000 circuit miles, and the remaining 4 tranches are divided up into, the rest, and it's just too big of a tranche. It's just too big. It's hard to really understand where the risk reduction would be by having the tranche this large. The next slide. So here's the risk scores, and showing you that, the poor reliability tranche had the highest risk score. Elevated wire downs had the second highest. ACSR had the third, and then moderate reliability and high reliability. And the last 2, you would hope that the high reliability circuits would have the lowest risk scores. So that does make sense. But if you go to the following slide, again, this is where this concept of a risk score per circuit mile really is helpful to look at, because in looking at that, the ACSR actually comes out, higher than poor reliability, again, as, when you're looking at the amount of circuit miles, it has more risk per circuit mile than the poor reliability does. Next slide. So our tranche recommendations is basically, again, develop more granular tranches for the distribution overhead assets, particularly the poor reliability performance tranche. Re-examine your available data. We know that, you're using outage data, or, I'd like to think of it as fault data, momentary and sustained faults or outages. But perhaps, consider our application of machine learning techniques to better utilize, the data that you have. Consider other mitigations, proposed by your SMEs. We know that you've considered 2 in the corrosion related tranche and the getting myself, I think, sorry, I'm blanking out. We know that you've considered these things from the subject matter experts, but what about other things, other issues? Like, if you're going to subject matter experts and you're saying, okay, you have these circuits that have corrosion, and so you're separating those by a tranche. What other issues do you have in your system that would be impacting your risk scores, and how else, are there other assets that should be prioritized to be analyzed in a tranche that have common risk characteristics. Consider creating tranches or sub-tranches even according to well-defined geographic areas, perhaps counties, maybe not exactly counties. We know that the circuits don't just end at county lines, but giving it kind of similar to the thinking in the wildfire area we were trying to bring over here, that we're hoping that a lot of the granular tranching that PG&E is able to accomplish by the GRC, that maybe some of that you can bring over to your analysis for your distribution overhead asset risk too. Particularly, just looking at where you have the homogeneous risk profiles. Next slide. The risk driver findings. So one of the biggest things, that stood out to us is just that the second largest risk driver in this section is labeled other. It accounts for 30% of the annual expected, outages. It's defined as failure events without known causes. So the point here is that it's very hard to be specific about what kind of control or mitigation is going to target something that has an unknown cause. So really efforts to mitigate that other, basically efforts to know what your outage causes are, really could be beneficial in order to help target your mitigations and initiatives, so that you have more of an optimal, safety spending efficiencies. Next slide. So the risk driver recommendations, consider, additional efforts again to identify the root causes of the undetermined outages. Perhaps consider machine learning techniques or artificial intelligence that would kind of group or sort the conditions or characteristics of these other categories. We're not really sure, but we want to provide suggestions that we think there's things out there that could help you have better estimates, perhaps maybe, even if it's, not, if everything isn't, black or white, but at least be using what you know to make better judgment calls about what are your drivers so that you can target the mitigations better. Additionally, we know you have a lot of new smart grid and other kinds of tools, available, line sensors, enhanced infrared imaging, other tools, and especially that are being used in high fire threat areas. So we're hoping that you will have a lot more information about your other category for your drivers. Next slide. Basically, as far as the mitigation findings, the three mitigations in here are really wildfire mitigations, enhanced vegetation, or three of the main mitigations are wildfire mitigations, the enhanced vegetation management, system hardening, expulsion fuse replacement. So they are only being implemented in high fire threat areas. And, the value is really in the wildfire section. Next slide. So basically, we're just wondering, just asking you to consider how your distribution overhead asset risk reductions and RCs are being addressed specifically in the high fire and also in the non-high fire threat areas. I mean, consider, well, the first point, we would just like some more information about how the mitigations are going to reduce your risk, particularly to be able to compare them to other mitigations that are in this chapter or in this distribution overhead. It's hard to know, like, for example, if a system hardening or cover conductor or undergrounding is going to mitigate your wildfire risk. Well, give us some sense of risk reduction. Remember the discussion we had earlier? It's just making me think about it. The PSPS discussion. Perhaps you can show us risk reduction information, even if you don't double count the RSCs, maybe that can be more explicit. So we really understand the comparison between other newer mitigations. The idea is that we really want to understand risk reduction and cost benefit both. Also the RSC calculations, we would really like you to consider doing those for controls as well as mitigations on top of the wildfire ones. Next slide. This is the last slide. The findings and recommendations basically include known safety risks to the public due to the interaction with any failed electric distribution overhead asset. We're just really concerned about separating out. It seemed like this chapter was really focused on reliability, and it didn't have much on the safety. It didn't have as much on the safety because the public, I mean, we really didn't see. I think it's because we didn't have a lot of historical safety events in that 5-year period, in the 2015 to 2019 period, which is really good, I mean, but we're concerned still about energized wire down power lines. And we're just wondering, is there some better way to do that risk analysis? Can you look at wire down data on top of outage data? That's part of our recommendation. Where you're looking at wire down data that is energized versus non-energized, because that is going to be a risk, any, wire down energized lines. And also, if your historical serious injury and fatalities, I don't know if lacking is the right word. If you just don't have a lot, which, again, I would say is good, but perhaps you want to consider industry data because we do know that, electrocutions, electric shock from power lines are a risk with operating an electric system. So we're just trying to get to that. It wasn't really clear to us that it was adequately addressed. So are there any questions? This is pretty much the end of this risk. Going once, going twice. Steve, I can turn it back over to you.
All right, thank you. So let's move to the next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, so.
Steve, are you going to put your camera on?
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay. Let's see, am I? Okay, all right. So this part of the workshop is I will fairly quickly go over the remaining risk chapters. I'm not going to go over every single one of the findings and recommendations. I'll just highlight a few more interesting ones, or more concerning ones, I should say. Let's start with chapter 12. This one is, chapter 12 is 12 on the risk score ranking. It's has a risk score of number 7, and our findings is that we should use risk scores per circuit mile as a way to rank the tranches. That's something that Arnold Song, that Wendy mentioned, came up with. Chapter 13. That's the large uncontrolled water release. That's dam failures, and that is number 9 on the ranking of risks. And this risk has a very high consequence score, actually the highest consequence score, but it has a very low frequency, low likelihood score, and therefore the overall risk is only 9. But because of this high consequence score, it's a very important risk also, I think, from my perspective. things may not go wrong, but if they do go wrong, they can go very, very badly wrong. So it's an important risk. And our recommendation, our observation was that the model that was used to evaluate the risk is somewhat outdated. It was the model was from the 1990s, so I think it's time maybe we should examine whether or not PG&E should examine whether or not it should use a revised model or perhaps an updated model. Okay, next one is real estate and facilities risk, chapter 14, and that is 6th on the ranking of the 12 risks. It has a risk score of 97. And on this one, SPD recommends that PG&E should provide a full analysis and of its relocation of the San Francisco general office buildings to Oakland, including any risks associated with the transition. Next slide. Chapter 15, third-party safety incident risk. That actually is 2nd on the risk ranking. It has a risk score of 944. Even though it's 2nd on the risk ranking, it pales in comparison to the wildfire risk, which has a risk score of 24,000 plus. On this risk here, our concern is one of the tranches are too broad and do homogeneous risk profiles. And again, it's the same theme that has been echoed throughout our presentations, that the tranches are not homogeneous enough, and therefore they may not give PG&E the ability to do adequate analysis, risk analysis. Next slide, chapter 16, employee safety incident. For this one is, let's see, 16, it's number 8 on the ranking. It has a risk score of 90. For this one, SPD finds that the tranches, again, it's the same issue. The tranches lack sufficient granularity. I think that's the most important concern on this one. So again, it's the same theme that's echoed throughout our presentation, that the tranches are too broad and they don't have sufficient granularity. Next slide, please. Chapters 17 and 18. Chapter 17 is contractor safety incident. Chapter 18 is motor vehicle safety incident. For these two chapters, our analysts found no critical observations on these two chapters. On chapter 19, other safety risks. This one has a I can't see the risk score on this. Okay, chapter 19, other safety risk. Observations for damaging event risk, its own risk chapter, and provide a more thorough analysis along the lines of the more significant risks found in the other chapters of the 2020 ramp. Next slide, please. Okay, chapter 20, cross-cutting. There were factors. And on this one, my main concern is that there are a lot of blank cells in tables 20-1 and 20-2. The blank cells implied that the cross-cutting factors are not affecting those risks either in the likelihood or the consequence. And it is concerning to me because, for example, if I look at the example, as an example, the cyber attack risk, cyber attack cross-cutting factor, I would expect that it would have an impact on the likelihood of all the risk, but somehow on table 20-1, only the the dam theory is affected by cyber attack. So that's a concern. So I would urge PG&E to look into whether or not there may be other potential impacts on other risks. And PG&E does indicate that it will continue to evaluate the impacts in the second half of 2021 prior to its filing of the GRC. So that's it for those remaining risk chapters. Are there any questions?
Steve, can we go back to the slide with chapter 12 real quick? I just want to make one point in comparison to chapter 11. Sorry, slow down. I think it's
61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66. There we go.
Yeah, that one. Yes, thank you. I just want to make the point that for the electric distribution network assets, I think the point that we're trying to make here is when you look at the risk score per circuit mile, the network assets were less than 200 circuit miles, I believe. Arnold and I worked on this, and when we compare the risk score per circuit mile of the network assets compared to the chapter 11 risk score per circuit mile, this was a higher risk score per circuit mile than those chapter 11s. I think that was kind of the point we were trying to make here. So I just want to make that a little clearer. And the other thing is that we did in the report mention that, actually chapter 12 was, was more of a granular tranche, or it had granular tranches, since the total risk was in less than 200 circuit miles. I think the maximum size of a tranche was 150 circuit miles or something like that. So we just kind of want to make that point too, that particular chapter was granular because the exposure is more granular.
Okay. Now we have about half an hour left. So if there are any remaining questions that participants have on wildfire risk, we can certainly entertain that discussion if we want to go back to that. I don't hear any questions, Wendy. So let's talk about next steps. Next step is there will be opening comments due. And we'll be waiting for the opening comments to come in, and we'll work with, we'll analyze the opening comments and work with to advise on parties' positions based on the opening comments. Are there any questions before we wrap up with this workshop?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, Steve, I think you mentioned earlier that you'd like to see some additional process other than, so we have comments and reply comments coming up. And then presumably sometime between then and the GRC, PG&E will file its finalized ramp. And I thought you had said earlier that you'd like to see something, or maybe Wendy mentioned it. Sorry?
Sorry, Eric, I didn't understand. What do you mean by finalized ramp?
Or its next ramp filing, whatever. What do you call it?
Eric, do you want me to say what it was me that had spoke about this, and we have to have internal discussion.
Let's go to slide 6. Let's go to slide 6.
Do you want me to hold up, Steve?
No, let's go to slide 6. Okay, slide 6 here. This is from the scoping ruling. The second from incorporate RAM feedback into its test year 2023. The scoping ruling. It's really entirely up to PG&E to decide which one of the recommendations that SPD staff make and parties provide feedback in the opening comments to PG&E will PG&E incorporate into its GRC filing. So it's really entirely up to them to make a case to either accept or reject the application, any of the recommendations made by SPD staff or parties. Is that what you're referring to, Eric?
Right. So maybe I misspoke that it's the feedback from this will be incorporated into the test year 2023 GRC filing. I had read this as there was maybe it came a little bit before, but I'll retract that. But Wendy, I think you were asking, well, wouldn't it be nice to, rather than waiting 7 months or whatever to see what happens, wouldn't it be nice? It might be helpful to have an additional step in between. And so I was hoping we could discuss that a little bit more.
I think
Well, currently there's no mechanism to force the ramp, so I don't think that's on the table right now. Not from my perspective.
So Steve, I didn't think we were talking about doing a revised ramp. I was not trying. Let me be clear. I was not trying to imply for PG&E to do a revised ramp filing at all. What I was more, if I remember right, Steve, wasn't there also a possibility of additional workshops after this reply comments in the scope?
I did see it in the scoping ruling that there could be potential additional workshops, but the scoping ruling does not say what those workshops would be about. So it's really up to parties and SPD staff to determine whether or not there should be additional workshops, and two, if there are going to be additional workshops, what are those workshops going to be about?
Yeah, so I have put some thought into that and a little bit. I mean, and I think that what I'm talking out loud, thinking out loud, I guess, what I'm really thinking about is kind of getting on specific big issues like the wildfire tranches, like the PSPS as a mitigation, like the alternative analysis, on specific big issues. Perhaps we can get an update after the comments, period, from PG&E on how they plan to address it. It doesn't have to be a whole filing. It's kind of like, how we did pre-filing of the ramp workshop, how PG&E was updating us on how they were approaching things, and they took some feedback. That was kind of more my thinking, and we will need to have some more internal discussions about that. But does that make sense, Eric, and maybe Ken and others?
Yeah, Wendy, and thank you for your feedback, but we put a lot of effort in this. There's going to be a lot of effort into comments and reply comments. There's a WMP in February. There's going to be a lot of internal discussion. I think our position is that the SMAP lays out a process, and I think you see that here on the screen. And I think we're comfortable with that at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think from Turn's perspective, and this is something that I'll check in with Tom on, we'd really appreciate an additional workshop. I think the risk that you're identifying, Wendy, is that we don't know what PG&E is going to do until June 30th, and at that point, options are more limited, or could be more limited. So, can I make a suggestion that folks, if they want to, could include recommendations for a potential additional workshop in our opening comments on January 15th? I don't think it has to be a requirement, but maybe we could include that in our opening comments, and that would give you as staff and the judge more guidance on what some of the interveners are thinking about that if they want to address it.
I would also like to mention, Steve, Wendy, Eric, the risk OIR has kicked off 2 of 3 phase 1 tracks, with the third one, I think, starting that conversation this morning, third one starting fairly soon as well. And I think that will pick up a number of these issues, just so we're cognizant of all of the conversations that are going on and pertinent here. There's just a lot of work being done. And again, I think we're comfortable with the schedule that's laid out by the settlement decision. But certainly people have the ability to provide in comments, how they wish to go forward.
That's a good point, Square. I think, I do think we should be limited to PG&E's filing in the GRC, not issues that we see as as scoped in there. So, you know, I think if folks are okay with it, we could punt this to opening comments. I don't think it'll take up a lot of ink on the page for folks to potentially recommend, you know, whether we'd like to see a workshop and what we'd want to see. I just, you know, I see the risk of not having any information between now and June 30th about, you know, what will be incorporated into the filing.
I would also add, Ken, I mean, again, as I mentioned earlier, we really tried hard to be specific on recommendations that we thought were actually, you know, potentially feasible to do by the GRC filing. You know, we didn't ask for tranches down to the, you know, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 circuit mile level. You know, we asked for what we thought, you know, you could get to in the next GRC, you know, hopefully no more than 500 circuit miles, you know, in a tranche or something, or at least in the high risk tranches. I mean, and then in the PSPS, we didn't ask for you to address everything. We just said, you know, please, you know, pull it out, you know, for the GRC, at least with the RSC, you know, specifically, you know, so we can look better at the other mitigations. I think that one thing you brought up, Ken, is you have the WMP, the Wildfire Mitigation Plan due, I think it's February 7th. And if you notice, at least for the wildfire recommendations, we actually wanted to give you enough time. We weren't sure. I mean, whatever you can do by the time of the wildfire mitigation plan would be fantastic. And, you know, we weren't sure what you could do by that filing versus by the GRC filing. So if you're planning to do, to take our recommendations and implement as much as possible by that filing, that will be very informative, hopefully too.
Yeah, Wendy, I appreciate that. And I think, you know, we appreciated the feedback, suggestions that were provided. You know, we're well aware we have to make decisions regarding what to implement. And certainly, again, we, you know, appreciate that there was thought about what we can and can't do ahead of the GRC. So hopefully the WMP provides, I think, some insight into how things are proceeding, Wendy. I think the risk OIR is, you know, I think that is an open opportunity to talk about PSPS. I think that's a phase 1, track 1 issue to have those conversations. You know, again, people can, I think, talk about this in their comments, but I think we have a lot to do on our end. Anyone who doesn't think June is just right around the corner, you know, it's unbelievably quick, and everyone here knows that. So there's just a lot of work to be done. There's going to be a lot of internal conversations, and I'm just not sure with the process that's in place what this looks like with a workshop, another workshop, given kind of where we are. But Wendy, I do think you'll see in the WMP kind of progress there. So I don't know, maybe this is something we discuss further, but, you know, our position is probably still in line with the proceeding schedule on the screen.
We do understand that June is not that far away. That's why we've worked very hard. We were only 1 week after our, you know, revised target schedule. We worked really hard too on our end. And we just, what I would add, Ken, is, you know, we are available. We're not going anywhere. If there's any questions, if there's any confusion, if there's anything that comes up, please reach out to us too.
And Wendy, I don't think we'll be shy about that. And hopefully throughout this whole process, you know, I think the team, especially Yumi and Vincent and all the other risk managers, really, I think, made themselves available. I think there were a lot of workshops. There's been a lot of conversations. Wendy, you know, as things pop up, hopefully, you know, we continue to reach out and have those kind of informal conversations for input. Hopefully we're not shy about that.
So I don't know that we're going to resolve this right now, but I mean, for SPD staff, would you guys, I mean, I don't recall exactly what the scoping memo says, but I mean, does it work for you guys if we include in our opening comments some thoughts about a potential workshop, you know, between now and June 30th, 2021, and what we think would be helpful to include in that workshop?
Yeah, I would not be opposed to that if you make a strong case for having an additional workshop between now and PG&E's filing date in June. I would not be opposed to any type of additional workshop. But
okay, if Tom has other thoughts, I'm gonna have him email everyone. But I'll tell him that we talked about this and
one,
yeah.
One possibility I want to mention to PG&E is the rate case plan. I think there may, my interpretation, you know, don't hold me to that, but my interpretation is it's a guideline. It may not necessarily be set in stone in the sense that PG&E could potentially ask for a later filing date based on the fact that there have been delays, you know. But again, I can't speak for the commission on whether or not the commission would grant, or any the judge, assigned judge in the rate case plan proceeding would grant any deviations from that schedule. That's just a suggested outcome that PG&E could contact the judge in the rate case plan proceeding and ask to see if there could be a deviation from the schedule.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Appreciate that.
Add Eric and Ken and Steve. I would just add that any discussion in your comments about an additional workshop, just really be focused. I think the more focused you can get as far as what you think are the top 3 to 5 issues, you know, or whatever that would really need to be focused on. I mean, I'm assuming it's probably going to be wildfire, and then perhaps also you know, allowing for the wildfire mitigation plan that's going to be filed February 7th, their update. It'd be very interesting to know. I mean, that's right after the reply comments, as Ken mentioned. So it'd be interesting to know what did PG&E implement at that point, and then what maybe still is a work in progress, or just that, you know, they're having challenges to implement on specific issues, not just, you know, I'm not just saying for turn, you know, I know Mussy Great has been looking at the consequence side, you know, the fire conditions, and perhaps Cal Advocates on the PSPS as a risk. I'm not sure. I'm just saying, being very specific, because I think we do have to be very realistic about what can be done for both the WMP, upcoming WMP, and the GRC.
That makes total sense, and I agree. We should be focused and targeted. I mean, I'd be interested if we have a couple minutes. Well, I don't want to put parties on the spot, but if other parties other than PG&E have any initial thoughts on a potential workshop, probably sometime after reply comments, but before June 30th.
This is when you like the cameras on, so you know if they're really there or not.
Yeah, so I mean, that's okay. I think folks who want to can include this in their comments, and you know, we can coordinate from there.
Okay, it looks like are there any other questions besides this? Okay, so we can wrap this workshop. Thank you very much all for your participation.
Great. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.